Mr. Chair, we are live.
Good morning, everyone. Before we get started, I want to make sure, I can see on my screen, but I just want to confirm that we have everyone who is going to be presenting this morning. So first of all, let me start with the commissioners. I can see Julie and Orlando, and I think I just saw Martin. Martin, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And Commissioner Smith, are you here? I think so.
I'm just joining by phone. I'll be there in a minute.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I see you. Okay, so those are the members of the commission all here. I see Julie and Orlando. So then others who are going to be participating, I see the director, and then we have a panel of Brendan, Bella, and Lucinda. Brendan, are you on? Maybe not yet. I see Della. Lucinda, are you on? Maybe not quite yet. Okay. Well, it's 9, so I think we'll begin. And hopefully those on that panel, Brendan and Lucinda, will arrive shortly. Otherwise, Della will carry it for the group. And Chris is here, so that good. We can get going. So good morning. I'm going to call the September 17th, 2020 meeting of the Oregon Transportation Commission to order. Here, 9 a.m. on September 17th. Welcome, everyone. Appreciate everyone attending who is here for the meeting and is going to be a participant, and also, of course, everyone who is connecting in to view the meeting and be involved as an observer, and also all of you who have submitted written comments to the commission. We appreciate all of your comments, and we have reviewed them, and we look forward to looking at them further in terms of those that are commenting on items which are not up for decision today, but only discussion. So thank you all for your participation. I want to run through just a couple of quick housekeeping matters. We do have, as I said in prior meetings, we do have closed caption for these meetings for those of you who'd like to avail yourself of that resource. I think Michelle has a slide that she will be putting up on closed caption. There it is. So I just want everyone to be aware that we do have closed caption capability, and it can be, there are a number of options on this particular, on the closed caption capability that we have. And so as you get onto the closed caption, you'd be able to work with the size of the font and the nature of the font and other features that allow you to customize it to your preference. So I encourage those of you who would like to take advantage of it to use the closed caption capability. We will also have a full transcript, written transcript of this meeting available to any of you who want to take advantage of that. So again, welcome, and Michelle, next slide, please. So I want to start our meeting today by acknowledging the events that the state is experiencing in the last couple of weeks with these massive wildfires and the impact they're having on our state. I was looking this morning at just some of the larger fires in the state. Two very large fires in Clackamas County, Beachy Creek, which is 190,000 acres, and Riverside, which is 135,000 at this point. That alone is 325,000 acres. Just the two large Clackamas County fires. You add to that the Lion's Head fire on the east side of Hood in the Warm Springs area, which is another 170,000 acres. The Holiday Farm fire in Lane County, which is 165,000 acres. The Slater fire in Josephine County, which is 130,000. And the Archie Creek fire in Douglas County, which is 120,000. Just those 6 fires, and there are many others in the state. Those are the 6 that are over 100,000 acres in size. Just those 6 fires combined have consumed more than 900,000 acres of land in Oregon, and we are now at or maybe even near or at 1 million acres affected in Oregon. Of course, in addition to that, we have the fires in California and Washington. Washington, like Oregon, is at about 1 million acres, and California is at more than 3 million acres. So in total, over 5 million acres on the West Coast among the 3 coastal states. So a unprecedented event in size, scope, and impact. For all of you who are participating today or otherwise observing us today, are painfully aware of the fact that we have extremely hazardous air quality. We have the worst air quality in the world on the U.S. West Coast these days, and we have had it for quite some time. So everyone is dealing with that, and again, it is just it's a historic and very large and impactful event. So I want to just take a second on behalf of the Commission to thank all of the firefighters who have been involved in this effort, all the medical personnel, and all the other first responders to this event. And on behalf of all of us at the OTC and at ODOT to express our condolences to all who have lost family or friends in this event, who have had damage to homes and other property, and who are experiencing a very very difficult time. So we would just want to add our condolences and concern, and again thank all of those who have been involved in responding. Chris will provide a more expansive report on this and its impact on the agency during his report. So I want to turn now to the second topic I want to cover this morning, and that is we're saying goodbye to one of our members on the Transportation Commission. So next slide. So Commissioner Calerie's last meeting is today. He's smiling on camera. He's smiling in this photograph. Martin, wipe that smile off your face. One of the great things in my experience on the commission is there are only 5 of us, and it's a great opportunity to get to know a very large agency and a relatively small number of members of a small commission with a lot of responsibility. And Martin has just been, as have all the others I've served with on the commission, been such a pleasure to get to know. As this slide indicates, he joined us in the spring of 2018, and as I said, this will be his last meeting today. So I just want to say a few words about Martin before I turn it over to others on the commission and those in the department that may want to say something. First, next slide, please. So as we all know, Martin has been committed to Oregon transportation for his entire career, not just on the Transportation Commission, but serving on advisory committees to the commission, ACTS in Southwest Oregon, and the work he has done both here in Oregon and elsewhere in his professional life, including perhaps most notably his work at the Port of Coos Bay. And he just brings through all of that experience a remarkable depth of knowledge and makes a very large contribution, particularly in marine and rail and freight mobility and the way that our transportation system relates to the success of our economy. Martin has been a tremendous contributor to our work. Today, we're not just saying goodbye to Martin from the commission, but we're also bidding him all the best as he relocates out of the state. So next slide, please. So Martin is not only, as I say, retiring from the commission, but he's moving to New Mexico. He has family in the Southwest. He spent a lot of time in Texas and New Mexico in his career, and particularly Texas. And so he's relocating. I talked to him yesterday, and the moving van is due at his house in a week or so. He's got his house on the market, and I'm pleased to report that it's been on the market for, I think, 1 day now, maybe 2. And Martin was telling me it's already seeing a lot of action. So he's pleased about that, and we're pleased for he and his wife that their house seems to be a hot commodity and doesn't look like he's going to have much trouble selling it and selling it quickly. So next slide, please. So, one of the questions I had was, Martin's moving to New Mexico. What's he going to do in New Mexico? Next slide, please. The answers are pretty apparent, I think. So, he's going to have a few waterfall escapes down there. Hopefully he finds this kind of setting in New Mexico. Next slide, please. There, of course, will be the hikes in the mountains. Next slide. There'll be beach combing. I think this actually is a beach somewhere in New Mexico. So this looks like pretty tough living, Martin. I'm sorry you're going to have to go through walking those white sandy beaches every day. Next slide. Then, of course, there's Mrs. Calerie. Let's not forget her. She's going to get a lot of sun time. I understand this hat. There's been a lot of, it's shopped a lot to find the right one, and she's got it now, so she's ready to go. Next slide, please. Of course, this is Martin, as we'll be seeing him going forward. Martin, I want to compliment you on the umbrella and the matching towel. I think that's impressive. It's not surprising. It's just impressive. Next slide. And of course, when he can't get out to the beach, there's his infinity pool that he'll be dipping into when he's around the house. So next slide. So on a more serious note, I just want to thank you, Martin, for your commitment to Oregon, for your thoughtful engagement in our work. And you really are thoughtful every minute you're on the commission, you're on the issues, and we really appreciate that. As I've mentioned, your expertise in marine and rail and freight and other elements of your experience from kind of the totality of your career has been a huge help. And I think about our intermodal discussion last summer. Martin was the one that was telling us how the rail system actually worked and what we had to look out for as we were negotiating, and was really leading us in that effort. And of course, on a personal level, just your good humor, your collegiality, your friendship, and your leadership. So I'm sure I speak for everyone you worked with, but they'll speak for themselves. But it's just been a real privilege and an honor to serve with you, Martin. And we're all excited for your next phase, and we wish you a great next chapter in the sunny Southwest. So congratulations. Next slide. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to others on the commission to make comments. I think that I'll start with the vice chair, because I believe, Orlando, that you and I are the two members that have seen the Calerie era in its entirety. We were on the commission when Martin joined us, and here we are, sending him off to his next phase. So I'll turn it over to the vice chair.
Great. Thanks, Chair. And I want to second all of those comments and even the images for that matter. Those are very fascinating. I think Martin was appointed when I was getting reappointed. So the timings essentially in terms of my second phase and him coming in have been kind of almost synonymous. But Martin, I definitely just want to say I appreciate working alongside you and actually getting a chance to sit next to you most of the time as well, and being able to just, whether you knew it or not, steal a lot of the wisdom that you had up in that brain of yours as it pertains to transportation. Even though I've been around this for 5 years, I still feel like a novice. And there was a lot of insight and perspective and counsel that you provided me over the years that I think is always going to be able to help me continue down this journey of understanding how this system not only works today, but most importantly, how it can work in the future. And so I just appreciate being around you and learning from you, and I wish you the best in New Mexico. And hopefully at some point, when you do decide to come back and spend some time in Coos County, I'm very fascinated with this gorse epidemic, the yellow plant that's down there. So hopefully one day we can come up with some cool idea on how to turn that to some renewable fuel. But thank you for everything.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simpson. Turn to Commissioner Smith.
Well, Martin, I hate to say it, but I was just getting to know you, and now you're leaving us. So like I'm missing out on an opportunity to really, get to know you and appreciate the depth of your knowledge and wisdom. But having said that, I've really enjoyed the short time we've had together, and I really appreciated not only your vision for the future, but also just your practicality. You have really good practical questions. You can see the big picture, but when it comes down to implementation, the right questions to ask. And I really appreciated that. So good luck, and check in with us from time to time if you have a spare moment with all of your outdoor recreating. And congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brown? Julie?
Sorry. I realized I had to unmute 2 places. Anyway, Martin, I think I first met you during Connect Oregon 3. And I remember sitting there because we had projects and we were both vying for some dollars. And I kept thinking, who is this guy? And I was trying to think of a way I could get rid of you. But, it's been an absolute honor serving with you over the years, and I've learned so much from you. And I know there was one person I could always go to if I needed questions answered, and you never hesitated to pick up that phone and give me those answers. You made the rest of us commissioners look pretty bad because a couple of years ago when you retired, I don't think you did. I think you just went into this as a full-time job. And I wish that all of us could commit the time that you put over the last 2 years. It's been absolutely amazing watching you, and you were always there. And I know that the community in our region we're going to miss you. We could always depend on you to be there when we needed you, and so it's going to be a loss. And I'm really going to miss having somebody down here to chum around with, but you know what? I think I'll just have to go to New Mexico now and visit you. I'm not going to let you go. So thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now I think we turn to some folks from the department. Start with the director, and then move to the assistant directors, and then others who might want to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Commissioner Calerie, I don't quite know what to say, to be honest. You won't remember this, but I met you first almost 20 years ago, and you were 19 then. And I had the benefit of watching you in action. I had the benefit of really learning from a lot of the insights that you brought to the table. And I can't tell you how excited I was when I had the opportunity to come back to ODOT and knew that you were part of the commission. You've played a significant portion of my absorption of transportation needs that go much farther beyond roadway needs, et cetera. Your intellect and your awareness of the multimodal needs and the intermodal needs across a system such as ours has been fabulous. And I feel really honored that I've had the ability to work with you, and now over the last 2 years for you. So Commissioner Calerie, I'm going to miss you. You've been a fantastic servant to the state of Oregon. I can't thank you enough, and I won't eat up any more time other than to say, if you ever make it back up here, because I can imagine why you might not, but if you ever make it back up here to Oregon, please reach out, connect with us. We will miss you greatly.
Thank you, Director Strickler, very much. So I guess I'll just open it up to the assistant directors. Any of you who want to say anything, please feel free to do so.
So this is Travis, commissioners, and Commissioner Calerie, thank you very much for your service. Like Chris, I've been around Martin now for most of my 15 years at ODOT. I don't remember when I first met you. You've always just been a constant presence, always there to help in serving on advisory committees, working on programs, and helping out not just on the things that affected you directly at the port, but really bringing a statewide perspective. I remember your work that was helpful on showing the benefits statewide for the Columbia River Crossing project. We knew we could always turn to Martin, and that he was always an excellent person to provide that perspective, provide his expertise. And I remember, I'm actually a little hurt by you leaving again, because when you left the first time from the port, I remember saying to you, what are we going to do without you? We use you so much. You're so important, so critical. You step into so many things. And so now I feel it's the same way again, that we're losing you for a second time. I certainly hope that our paths will cross again, that you will not completely abandon Oregon, but that we will have the benefit of continuing to experience your bright eyes and smile, and that you don't become a complete stranger to us. So thank you for all you've done over the many, many years you've spent working on transportation in Oregon.
Thank you, Travis. Others from the AD?
Commissioner Calerie, this is Cooper. So I've only had the pleasure of working with you for a couple of years, but it has genuinely been a pleasure. I'd be reiterating and will be reiterating a lot of what others have said, so I'll keep it brief. But I would say just a huge appreciation to you, not only for your years on the commission, but really for, as the chair mentioned, your 30 years of being a public servant to the state and really supporting Oregonians. The thing that sticks out to me is when I first came aboard, you were actually abroad at the time, but so it took me a little while to meet you compared to some of the other commissioners. But I heard from everyone, you really got to meet Commissioner Calerie. He's just a fantastic individual, depth of knowledge, and it's true. I'll use a maritime reference since you're so well familiar with those kind of metaphors. But you really are, to my mind, kind of a keel that keeps the department and the commission really. You're a stabilizing force, both in terms of the depth of knowledge that you present, the questions that you ask, as Commissioner Smith said, the way that you kind of direct us, and also just your personality. Just such a genuinely humble, smart man. It's just been a pleasure to work for you, get to know you over the couple of years that I have, and just wish you all the best in your time in New Mexico and wherever else you end up. Thank you.
Thank you, Cooper. So I think we have time for a couple of more folks. If there are any others of you who would like to say something.
Good morning, Chair. This is Lindsay Baker, if I might jump in.
Sure.
Thanks. So, Commissioner Calerie, I think I actually, have learned so much from you, and it might have even predated your service and your joining the commission. I remember so distinctly when I was sort of trying to get up to speed on all things ODOT, on all things transportation, and particularly the sort of interconnection of these modal issues. I was having a conversation with State Representative Patty McEwen, and she said, who you should ask? Martin Calerie. And that advice has remained true and constant to this day on nearly everything. So in addition to your great service to the state, to the Port of Coos Bay, to the community of Coos Bay and the state of Oregon, I actually also have really enjoyed and benefited tremendously just from our connection to the Southwest. I did not realize that you were going to New Mexico, but as a person who's from Texas originally, I just have such an affinity, and I know you and I have talked so many times about Texas and about New Mexico, so I wish you nothing but the best. I hope you will enjoy the big, beautiful skies and arid climate and all of the hatched chilies and good Mexican food that you can eat, and know that you will be greatly missed by all of us, myself included. So thank you for your service, and best of luck.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. So one more. I guess I should ask Nikotris if she wants to say something, obviously relatively new, but certainly has worked with Martin a little bit.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chair. Commissioner Calerie, I just wanted to say thank you for how you introduced transportation in Oregon to me. Our conversations have been brief, or I say haven't been brief, but not a lot of them. But I do echo that I definitely learned the most around the integration of transportation, rail, port, like our conversation in terms of introducing me the first week to ODOT, introduced me to transportation in Oregon, and I've really laid a foundation for how I'll be able to do work continuously. So I really appreciate that, and I hope that the things that I've learned from you, you will see wonderfully blossom from New Mexico.
Thank you very much, Assistant Director Perkins. So I know there are many others of you who have things to say, and I just encourage you to call Martin and say them to him. And so I want to be conscious of time, which Martin would want us to be. So next slide, please. So just, in wrapping up, Martin, it's just all, as you've heard, so there's a lot of true affection and, appreciation for you. And we're all better for having had the chance to work with you. And we really appreciate your saying yes to the governor and coming on the commission and all of the things that you've done in the transportation world in Oregon and elsewhere that puts you in a position to make the level of contribution you've made to us on the commission. I want to say one other thing, Martin, which is that this departing, this celebration of your career and these comments with respect to your departure are not just empty words. There are actually going to be valuable games and prizes associated with them. We'll be getting you some acknowledgments that are more concrete in the coming days. And I asked you yesterday for your forwarding address, and I know you're going to be sending that to me. And so we'll be sending things your way to keep the connection going. So once you get to New Mexico, there'll be, as I say, there'll be several things that we have in mind for you. And I won't spoil the surprises, but looking forward to hearing your response. So you know, if there's, I guess, Martin, I'll give you a couple of minutes for rebuttal now. If you heard anything you didn't like, you can respond.
No, I'm quite honored by everything that's been said. I appreciate the opportunity to serve with all of you. I feel like the last 2+ years has seen a significant transition for ODOT and for the OTC. I think the department is in great shape. We've got good people in all of the positions. We've got the right people in all of the positions. There are challenges ahead. There's no doubt about it. Bob and I have talked about it. Several other commissioners and I have talked about it. Orlando. But it's going to be an interesting couple of years for all of you and your new commissioner who joins in October. But I think the road is going to be bumpy, but it's going to be going forward, and I expect that there'll be a lot of success. I think the congestion issues up in the Portland area are finally making people aware of the needs of the state. We'll see what the legislature can step up and help solve some of these problems. One of the things I've always felt is we get more done if we have partnerships, and I think there are good potential partnerships in the Portland area and throughout the state that can help us accomplish the things that need to be done for the Oregon transportation system. And I'm really pleased about the high level of the top of mind awareness, I'll call it, for freight mobility and the other modes that help make up the system. So my thanks to all of you. I couldn't have asked for a better group of people to work with. And I'm going to miss it. I truly am going to miss it. I thought long and hard about having to step down, but it's something I have to do. So I will be back. I'll give you all a call, see what's going on. I'll check in on the website fairly often. That's just my nature. So thank you all very much, and I think good fortune to the commission and good fortune to ODOT and all of you at the senior management level. I think you're positioned well, and we'll see a lot of success. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. And you will be missed too, as a number of people have said. And so we look forward to continuing the connection. You're not done though until September 30. So even though you've got a moving ban coming the end of September, we're still going to work you hard right through till the 30th. So thank you again. I will say one last thing to the commission. When I called Martin yesterday, I said, let's treat this as an exit interview, because these are often the times you get some of the most insightful comments is when someone has been in a position and is leaving it. And, and I thought Martin would make a few comments as he's just done. And when I got to the end of page 2 of my notes in our conversation, I thought, he's taking this, as he does everything related to transportation, very seriously. So I'll be circulating the Martin Calerie exit interview notes to the commissioners and Chris and the assistant directors, because there are little pearls in there that we can all benefit from. So Martin is the gift that keeps on giving. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Director Strickler for his report. And again, thank you, Martin, for everything, and we look forward to continue to work with you through the remainder of your tenure, including today.
Okay, thank you, sir, Mr. Chair. Members of the Commission, thank you very much. I will be brief in my remarks because I want to provide an opportunity for Mr. Macklin to go through some of the wildfire impacts that we've had both on staff and then what we are dealing with in longer term. So I will yield some of my time to him. We'll still try and keep it within about a 10-minute window, but we think it's important to get that information in front of you in real time. And I say in real time, just a reminder for everybody, we've been dealing with this since a week before Monday. So what we're really talking about is an emergent event that's been about 10 to 11 days long so far, and just the significance of the impacts that can come in that short amount of time is important to share. And so Mr. Land will be going through that. One final thank you for Commissioner Calerie, and I shouldn't say final because there'll be more, but Commissioner Calerie, it's been a true honor. And in my remarks, I simply just wanted to acknowledge the impact you've had on me. Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated. 3 very quick items before I turn it over to Mr. Lind. You are all aware that we went through and the Commission last month took advantage of approving a refunding for the agency to capture some of the unprecedented low rates. We are set to close on the sale of $240 million of $240 million of House Bill 2017 bonds, and also refunded about a little over $600 million of existing OTIA and JTA bonds, all at interest rates of less than 2%. So that's a fantastic rate for the agency. Over the long term, that'll save us about $54 million in interest over the life of those bonds. That is a significant sum of money, and hats off to the finance team. You can see that organizational element of Mr. Brower and then the team under him working to really make sure that the state is doing everything we can at ODOT to do our best to ensure our best financial foot forward with what we have. So congratulations to them, but really a significant impact for the overall financial impact for ODOT. The next is, you're all aware of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, the CARES Act. Our Public Transportation Division was apportioned roughly $42 million in CARES Act funding to be distributed in aid public transportation agencies. So far, $9 million was immediately allocated or distributed via a formula basis. Not all $9 million has been passed on quite yet, but we have agreements in place to do so. The remaining $33 million is available via a needs-based application process, so significant aid available for those desperately needing service for the public transportation providers. The next is ODOT's Office of Civil Rights and WashDOT's Office of Equal Opportunity perform similar tasks and similar work, and one of those similarities or similar work products is working together to create a memorandum of understanding, which is still in process, but will lay the foundation for what some of our disadvantaged business enterprise work will be on the interstate bridge replacement project. So a bit of a milestone there of the two offices working together to recognize the importance up front for that significant work effort coming before us. And I'm happy to report that those offices are working together already. As I turn to a fire update, just a few things to note as Mr. Lind gets ready to carry the remarks. Last week, many of you probably saw, we postponed the interstate bridge trunnion work by 1 week, and that was in anticipation of potential evacuation needs. So that work will start this week as opposed to last week. Significant work effort there, closing the northbound bridge. But that was an important aspect and something that was really necessary for us to make sure that we had the available pathways open for anybody that may have needed to evacuate. So that's one element, and there's many more. I'm hearing reports of rocks the size of truck hoods coming down in the McKenzie area. So the significance cannot be overstated. And because of that, and due to that, I wanted to give an opportunity to Deputy Division Administrator Mac Lynn to walk through some of the impacts of the fires. And Mr. Chair, members of the commission, yield the rest of my time there. I think it's an important effort to give him somewhere between 8 and 10 minutes to kind of walk through what we have in front of us and what our team is dealing with right now.
Thank you, Director Strickler. Mac, you're on.
Yeah, good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you for those remarks, Director Strickler. I'm coming to you from a conference room outside of our Agency Operations Center. We've got a handful of folks here kind of wrestling with the needs of the agency, as we've got certainly a tremendous amount of effort going on across the state, as Director Strickler alluded to, and Chair, you remarked in your opening as well. Just give you a quick rundown on current status, a bit of background, if you will. Not going to go into too much into the fire impacts in a global sense. Certainly all of you are tracking that, but give you a sense of maybe what we're dealing with and then what the future looks like. And future in my world right now is hours and not weeks as we evolve in this very dynamic situation. Michelle, could you go to the next slide, please? My plan is to just give you a few pictures and then show you a few examples of the work that's already in progress. So certainly in the south, Commissioner Brown knows this all too well. The Alameda fire down in the Medford, Central Point, Ashland, Phoenix, Talent area, certainly a dramatic impact last week, closing down I-5, and certainly a devastating impact to those communities. Next slide, please. Obviously, we have a tremendous amount of damage. So the things you're going to hear about are hazard trees, guardrails, signs, and rocks. Those are the elements that we are really struggling to deal with. Guardrail, as you can see in these pictures, is gone in many places and will need to be repaired before winter, especially in many of these areas that are snow zones. So tremendous amount of work, as well as just a lot of features in these routes that need to be replaced. Next slide, please, Michelle. I'll get to it here in a second, just kind of the major corridors, but certainly Highway 22 is a big one. If we go up the McKenzie River, up Highway 126, tremendous amount of impacts in that corridor. Some things I think people aren't aware of are just impacts to the asphalt itself. In the picture on the left is the superheating because of the fire impacts. So we'll have to get in there and do some repairs. Certainly, I mentioned hazard trees continuing to fall. Some reports the other day were 50 an hour in one location. We're still coming down. So dramatic impacts evolving every hour in these corridors. So this is up the McKenzie River up on the Holiday Farm fire. Next slide, please, Michelle. Some more pictures of Highway 126, a lot of coordination with road closures. We want to keep people out of here because it's still not safe, but we also want to keep it open for emergency services, utility companies, and fire crews in particular doing the work to open up these routes so that it can be safe to let folks back in. That for sure is a big priority of our crews and everyone working right now is how do we get access, safe access back into these areas for these property owners. But a lot of coordination with law enforcement, both at the county sheriff level, Oregon State Patrol, Oregon State Police, and then with the fire teams themselves. So a lot of integration with our incident command structure in each of these fire areas. Next slide, please, Michelle. 138, so this is east of Roseburg. We actually have two fires in that area, the Archie Creek fire and the Thielsen fire, dramatically impacting a big portion of Highway 38. We're making some good progress in this area, but you can see even from just this one picture some of the hazard tree issues that we're dealing with. Power lines down in all of these corridors as well as another challenge, but also a big part of the recovery effort. Next slide, please, Michelle. Just want to call out our ODOT employees. So certainly the fire teams and law enforcement are that first responder, but we're there assisting them, and in many cases we were right in the midst, our crews were right in the midst of that first response. Many of our employees have also been personally impacted by this, not only through evacuations, but losing their homes. This is one of our employees up working in the same EM fire. This is Dell. Up there manning a road closure. So just want to call out, just always impressed with our employees that are out there doing the work that the public so desperately needs, but can't reiterate that point even more during this time. Next slide, please. So one thing that a lot of folks don't know about our agency is we also man a very impressive radio system. Certainly our crews rely on that, but Oregon State Patrol and a bunch of other entities rely on that service. We've lost 2 radio towers, one up the Santiam River, and this one is up the McKenzie River area. It's maybe a little hard to see, but basically everything on that tower is going to have to be replaced. That's not just our equipment, but cellular services, other radio frequencies, et cetera. We care about, obviously, this from a life safety perspective. We've deployed a few temporary trailers and devices that we have procured and have on hand for these types of events, but clearly the terrain as well as an active fire make that pretty challenging, and it's a complete loss of that facility. Working with a tremendous amount of federal and local entities to try to get something back in place up there as soon as we can. But that's certainly a big impact to our crews and others working up in that part of the McKenzie. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about how are we moving forward. So you'll see this on our social media, on TripCheck, on all of our channels of information. We're talking about what it looks like to reopen these roads after wildfire. Our 4 phases, A through D. We were in phase A, evaluation mode, for quite a long time on most of these roads, a long time being a relative term, of course. We've now moved into critical services in most of these areas where we've got a single lane through most of these highways, mainly for emergency and service vehicles only. Not letting folks go back in yet because really there's a tremendous amount of work going on. We are trying as fast and safely as we can to move to phase C, or level C, partial opening, where we'll have flaggers, pilot cars, lane closures to allow local access back into these locations. We are getting a tremendous amount of pressure, and we are working just as fast as we can to make that happen up these corridors. And we're having some success already in multiple areas. I will flag for you the last phase, phase D, restoration. That's a long-term plan for us. We are not going to be out of these corridors for probably years to come in terms of the ongoing needs for rocks and debris, hazard trees, et cetera, that will continue to need to be removed. Much like what we dealt with in the gorge with the historic Columbia River Highway a couple of years ago with the Eagle Creek fire, we're still in there dealing with material that's coming down on the roadway. So just want to flag that the 4 phases of reopening. Next slide, please. So TripCheck, obviously we use that extensively as our main point of information for the public. On the right-hand side, you'll see that graphic at the bottom, why isn't the highway open? That links the public to our wildfire webpage. It's a bit in its early stages, but more and more information will continue to be posted there, including stats and pictures, videos, et cetera, so we can help the public understand how dangerous it is to be up in these areas and what we are doing to open it up and our status or progress in many of these areas, but certainly TripCheck being that primary location. Next slide, please, Michelle. We have been working a bit more on materials, and these came out yesterday and the day before. On the left-hand side, we wanted to showcase some of the major areas that we're working in and also identify the routes that are still open east and west to get through the Cascades. Highway 26, Highway 20, and Highway 58 still are open, and we're going to work really hard to keep them open, obviously. But Highway 224, southeast of Estacada, is going to be closed for quite some time. Since this map was produced yesterday, Highway 211 in that Malala area has since reopened, so that's great news. Highway 22 is going to continue to be an area that's severely impacted for a while, as well as Highway 126. And then Highway 138, as I mentioned before, east of Roseburg. We're making some good progress around there, but we're dealing with two different fires that are going to impact us. On the right-hand side, this is an example of one of the corridor level maps we've produced, and we will continue to update. This is for the Highway 22 area. As our crews are working on the left-hand side of this map, moving up the canyon to provide access to those communities that were impacted, we'll be updating the status. We've also identified where our checkpoints are, our road closures, so folks know where they can be expecting to be stopped and how we'll manage traffic up through that corridor. So a tremendous amount of work just trying to share with the public our status and where we're at. Next slide, please, Michelle. So Highway 22, a lot of work even yesterday. Here's an example of some of that. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Michelle. Just a tremendous amount of work by our crews, but also bringing in contractors. This was a picture from yesterday. We've got loggers, tree clearing companies, et cetera, in there removing the hazard trees and getting a good start on that work, but there's a lot of work to be done. Next slide, please. Big challenge that we have is where do we haul all that material, as well as needing to remove hazard trees on private property and ensuring that we manage that correctly. A positive example is over towards Lincoln City on the Echo Fire. Highway 18 was opened yesterday. Here's an example of some of the work it took to remove the material so we could open that highway, but that's a really positive sign for that community and the folks that need to get in and out of Lincoln County. Next slide, please. And then Highway 138, I think this is a great picture of just what it takes to help move services through the fire area. This is down on Highway 138 east of Roseburg. Just a traumatic area to work in, as well as poor visibility. And even with all this work going on and it being closed to the public still, we still are manning it just like we would any other work zone. We've just got a lot of activity in the area. Next slide, please. This next slide is a great example of we're making some great progress. So on the bottom right, this is one of our district managers up evaluating the situation. We've actually got this road cleaned out. You can see some of the marks in the road from where the pavement's been scorched, but making some tremendous progress. And on the left, district manager, region manager, local maintenance manager evaluating the pavement needs that will eventually need to be repaired. So we're already making some great progress in some of these corridors. Next slide, please. And finally, I want to just touch on multi-agency. There's a lot of players involved as we were in the early days of the event and as we continue moving forward. So manning road closures and helping the public stay out of these dangerous areas. Next slide, please. One great example is the National Guard moving in to man these road closures throughout the state. Just a tremendous asset, and we're so grateful for that, allowing us to dial back the amount of resources that are needed to man those closures. In many cases, we have the National Guard, an ODOT employee, and potentially law enforcement there as well, just to help to manage the folks moving in and out of the corridor. And then this is an example, I believe, the Jackson County Emergency Operations Center, just a lot of coordination with our local county offices as well as law enforcement. So all hands on deck approach to how we're managing this. Next slide, please. And then transit. I think these are probably stories we're not hearing about as much, but just hearing a tremendous amount of examples of how our transit service providers across the state have rallied to help with evacuations, but also in moving firefighters. So this is an example of TriMet actually transporting firefighters to those fires on the west side of the metro area, near Newburgh up towards Hillsborough, and then in the Hag Lake area. So just a great example of the partnership. We were making a lot of very quick phone calls last week trying to organize resources and help assist moving a lot of people in a very short order of time. So I appreciate the partnership from our transit providers. Next slide, please. And then finally, just want to reiterate where we're at and the amount of time that it's going to take to get some of these roads or corridors open, and just reiterate our 4-phase approach. And good news is we're in phase B, critical services in most places, and we're moving quickly to phase C, partial opening. But it's going to be a long time before we were able to open many of these roads up, just given a lot of continuing challenges. Next slide, I think, is my last one, Michelle. I just want to end on not only a thank you to all the crews that are out there, but the road, no pun intended, is still challenging. The weather for tonight is not looking great. We're going to get some rain, which is much needed, but we're also going to get wind, potentially flash floods, and of course, the possibility of lightning in the Cascades. So pretty dynamic situation over the next 24 hours that we're obviously monitoring. Last statement I just make, we're also working with the Red Cross, with our DMV to help assist getting replacement IDs for any of those folks that maybe don't have them as they evacuated their homes. So I just want to acknowledge the work of DMV to help assist the Red Cross and those folks that were impacted. So Director Strickler, I apologize, maybe I went a little long, but those would be what my prepared remarks are. Appreciate the time and opportunity to share.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lind. Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, just a final comment, and that is a testament to the ODOT community and those that are really stepping into this, whether it's DMV, as Mr. Lind just mentioned. They are working through tough air quality issues and things like that to continue to provide service to Oregonians. We have had some closures, but we've got buildings opening back up now. Just the stories that we're hearing so far. I personally had the benefit of visiting a few of the crew members up on 22, and without naming names, members of the Commission, I will tell you it was a heart-wrenching moment to see a few of our staff that frankly had been working since last Monday night at midnight and hadn't had a day off yet, and to talk to them and hear from more than one about losing their home entirely, and yet they're still reporting to work, making sure their family's safe, still showing up, working 16-hour days. It's just a testament to the level of service that they all bring, especially in these moments. So with that, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, I want to thank you for the opportunity to eat up a little bit of the agenda for this. I think it's an important topic, and thank you for your support as we go forward.
Thank you, Director Strickler, and thank you, Mr. Lind, for your report. Obviously, this is top of mind for everyone in the state, including us. And I just want to extend our thanks as a commission to all of the work that ODOT is doing on this. It's really an extraordinary effort, as we can see from Mr. Lind's report. It's a tremendous amount of damage to be confronted with. And your last comments about people who are out there, even as they have experienced very significant personal loss, to continue to do their job is just nothing short of heroic. And so we're privileged to be associated with an organization that has that kind of commitment to service and work ethic and those kinds of values that clearly the ODOT community has. So congratulations to them, and our heartfelt thanks for everything they continue to do and will continue to do. One suggestion I have on this is that we have continuing updates in our upcoming meetings so that we keep close track of what's going on here, and that we look for some ways for the Commission to acknowledge in some meaningful way the extraordinary efforts that these work crews are engaged in. So I'd look to you to provide some recommendations, Mr. Director, on how we can communicate and acknowledge in a good way and in a meaningful and noticed way to ensure people know we're appreciative.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, we will definitely do that.
I guess any questions from the Commission? We're we're running a little long, but I want to make sure this is important. So I want to make sure that anyone on the commission wants to ask a question or make a comment, that they'd be given a chance to do so. Okay, well, thank you very much. And we'll move along to our next item. Thank you for your report, Director Strickler, including the comments you made about non-fire issues. So we're moving now to an urban mobility report from Urban Mobility Office, Director Finn, Deputy Director Mosier, and Full Program Director Broussard. So I'll turn it over to Brendan.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, commissioners. We'll keep this good and crisp, knowing we're a little bit behind schedule, but I have to take the indulgence right now, Mr. Chair, to give a little personal thank you to Commissioner Calerie. Martin, you and I met when you were getting your orientation for this appointment. I was a couple months in as the governor's transportation policy advisor, and still in my Portland bubble, not really being a little bit ignorant to how the state system actually works. But you taught me so much around that, and your impact will affect this work for generations. So I had to take that opportunity. I think you and I hit it off on a personal level and became friends. So I appreciate that. Appreciate you, a guy from Portland and a guy from Coos Bay, really understanding the system and having fun with it. So I just had to take this opportunity to thank you for your work and your influence on me in understanding the complexities of the entire state system and how it affects the entire state. As someone that had been understanding the Portland region, you affected me in how I'm going to do this work and how we approach this work. So I thought that was really apropos as we jump into this important update that we're giving today on the toll program and the comprehensive congestion management plan, which has Commissioner Calerie all over it. So with that, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, again, thank you, Commissioner Calerie, for your service. Look forward to staying in touch. I want to turn this right over to Toll Program Director Lucinda Broussard.
Good morning.
Lucinda.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you again, Lucinda Broussard, Toll Program Director. If you go to the next slide, please. And the next one. So we're just going to start a road trip again, as we talked last time I was here. We did an overview of what all the policies, and it's kind of like the totality of what it would take to build this toll program. If you can go to the next slide. So as I said, we were going to have a roadmap, and that roadmap would be a concept of operations. We're breaking that up into smaller chunks, and we'll present it back to you in kind of 3 different areas: operational for the department to do with your approval, and then things that we work on together, and then workshops we'll need to do with you regarding toll rates, exemptions, discounts, and things of that order. Next slide, please. We had this, it's a 2-slider, years of work ahead of us. And as we break down that ConOps document, or that concept of operations document, we'll also break this down into smaller, or we'll make it bigger chunks, because right now it's in very small chunks of all the work that we need to do to get it, to bring the program up. So just once again, it's in front of us. There's a lot of work to do. I think that's what we're trying to depict here, is there's a lot of work to do, but we're going to break it off into bigger chunks and make this, next time you'll see this, it'll be a little bit less busy. Next slide. And the next slide is the continuation of the years. We'll go to the, yeah, there you go. And has us out there like 2025 and 2024 as trying to get done with this and literally lifting I-5 on 2026. Next slide, please. And now I want to talk about the action item we came last time with. Same one. I think that we have gotten crisper and clearer on what we're asking, and you'll see we'll have a pictorial now when we talk about what we're talking about for corridors and who's seeing this and who's talking about it. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, as we go around and talk, I can tell you that we provide updates of what's going on in this program all the time. That is one of the things. I think education is the base of this program. Everybody understanding not only how the system works, but what it does for you. We talk about the benefits. Of course, the benefits are time, and time is very hard to show because it's not tangible until you use it. But one of the things we keep hearing is, how is the revenue going to be used? Next slide, please. So I'm trying to give some history and context that we've been hearing it since the value pricing feasibility analysis. So since 2017, when we first did the value pricing feasibility analysis, this is one of the, I would say, core concerns or foundational concerns. What happens to the revenue? Where does it go? Who has control of it? All of that, it still matters to what we're doing. Next slide, please. So here's the corridors we're talking about. We're talking about the I-5 in its totality, from the I-5 bridge replacement all the way down to the Boone Bridge, and then the 205 from the Glen Jackson to the I-5 connector. So these are the corridors that we're talking about. Next slide, please. And as we talked last time, here is an example of what happens with toll revenue from the gross. This water faucet to me is always a great visual of what's going on. So you take $1 and what happens to that dollar as it goes all the way through. And what we're talking about today is net toll revenue. So this is the same one I showed last time. You can see that up front, you got to pay all your cost, and then you need reserves. And then what's left after that is what we're talking about. Next slide, please. So our question is, yes, sir.
Quick question. Sorry to interrupt. Can you just problem. Do a quick flyover of this terminology, leakage?
Sure. You want to go back to that waterfall slide? I think it's previous. Can we go back a slide? Yeah, right there. So when we talk about leakage, so on the roadway, we'll have transponders, which will be linked to accounts. So we'll have readers to read those, and we'll also have cameras to take pictures of license plates. There are times where we'll get neither. That's pure leakage. There's no way to go back and ever find who that is. So leakage is unidentifiable users, basically. And I mean unidentifiable at this front end, not at the back end when you're saying, hey, I can't collect from you. This is that front end. I don't know who you are at all. And I don't have any pictures of you. I don't have anything to identify you.
Would it also include folks that, like, I guess you could say avoid, like, are refusing to pay or argue and disputing and things like that? Would that fall into that bucket as well? Because I would assume that becomes a very important element too. Like, that wasn't my car, or I didn't own that vehicle, or I wasn't there at that time. And despite whatever the image is or anything that's be able to be captured through technology, I'm just curious, does that fall into that?
The uncollectible collectibles, the people you know about but you can't collect, uncollectible collectibles, yeah. They would be in there too. But you don't know those for a longer period of time. So if you just looked at the first dollar that came off the road and who you could collect from right at that time, it would be, you'd have that first, it's kind of like that first level of leakage. And then after you try to collect and cannot, the uncollectibles, that would be also, it would be debt unpaid. So your account receivables. Does that help? I answered the question. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. So the question, or the concern and the question that we're trying to get addressed is, can the net toll revenue collected on the corridor be invested back on the corridor? And I showed a picture of what, corridor as we're defining it right now. I think I have a next slide. Oh, I would have a thank you slide, but it goes right on into Brendan. Are there any questions about the first part, the action item?
Brendan, I'm wondering if you want us to take that question up now or wait until the end of the presentation.
I think it'd be good to kind of finish this one now and then let Brendan start the new. You agree?
Yeah, we can work in that cadence. Unless I hear Deputy Director Mosier get on and tell us to do otherwise, we'll move forward with this. Oh, that could be her right there.
Right. Good morning. I would suggest that we go ahead and address Lucinda's question prior to moving into the next topic, if that works for the chair and the commission.
Why don't we go back, Michelle, one slide? As long as we've got the action item in front of us, absent objection from the commission, this is really dealing with the tolling policy expenditure question, which has been raised throughout, going way back to when former Commissioner O'Halloran and Vice Chair Simpson were co-chairing the initial discussions on this. This has been a constant question about where the money be spent, kind of outside corridor or within corridor. So I'd entertain a motion on this.
This is Commissioner Calerie. I have a question.
Sure.
I agree with the idea that any of the net toll revenues collected will be invested in the corridor. However, I remember a presentation when I was vice chair of the Freight Advisory Committee, and I believe it was in Ohio, where they were doing some improvements to the system. And as they improved one area, they created congestion at another. And I would like to see ODOT have the flexibility as the corridor improvements were being made, if something happened because of some of those improvements, that some of that revenue could be used to correct a new congestion area or some problem that comes up. Just a question.
I'll turn it back to the panel to respond.
So when you're talking about actually doing a project that then causes mitigation or causes a need for mitigation someplace else, I think when we're talking about revenue reinvested on the corridor, we would use that revenue to handle those mitigation issues.
Yes, that's my concern is that if we restrict the amount of money that we get strictly to the corridor, but some improvement to the corridor causes a problem elsewhere, I would really like to see ODOT have the ability to utilize some of that revenue to correct the problem that was created by improvements to the corridor.
Commissioner Calerie, it's Brendan. You're teeing this up wonderfully for the next item we're going to talk about as far as the comprehensive plan, which is to not push bottlenecks around. It's about addressing the entire system, the toll program being kind of an integral part to that. But I was going to kind of hit on that and how the plan and if it's the commission's direction will kind of not push bottlenecks around, and how we'll be able to use that revenue to look at it as an entire system as opposed to just a set of projects. So That's a great question and a great observation, Commissioner, and I'm going to be addressing that in the next couple minutes here.
Okay, thank you.
So are we ready to vote on this?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Smith.
I guess along the same lines of Martin's comment, this is more of, I guess, my understanding of what we're voting on today is the concept that the net toll revenue will be invested on the corridor. And as we all know, the devil is in the details, and I'm fine with the concept of it, but how we define the corridor and what exactly that looks like, I think will come with time, because I read the comments that we received, the public comments, and there's some real strong opinions about what the corridor means. And I think we don't have a definition per se today. We're agreeing to the concept of it, and as we develop the program, it will become more refined what specifically that corridor looks like. And that's my understanding of what we're approving today. Is that consistent with what you're asking us to approve today? I guess that's a question for Brendan.
I would like to add a couple other elements here too, because I think Commissioner Smith is not on the correct path right now, given the concerns in the metro region. I get that, people are going to be very interested and excited when it turns into new resources. However, I do believe that right now this is a very vital moment for the commission and the department as a whole to start focusing on its due diligence and its outreach and working with its stakeholders, whether that's cities, counties, regional partners, and community-based organization stakeholders, since there was a lot of folks that were heavily actively involved when we were going through the value pricing exercise. I just think there's a lot more work that needs to be done. So I just want to make sure that we have clarity that we are essentially just approving today, just like essentially like a prerequisite to getting into the bigger details, because the bigger details, as Commissioner Smith just alluded to, is where you'll find the devil, I guess you could say, for that point. But there's a lot of stuff that we have to, I guess, entertain and explore as it pertains to really, as we button this up, to get to a final understanding of what is a corridor and how these resources will be used within corridors or out, or whatever it may be. I'm not sure, because I'm not entirely in tune with what everybody is going to want down in the community level and within our partner agencies. So if we're just approving a phase to get to the next deeper, more detailed phase, I think we can move forward with that personally. But I just wanted to make sure that we got that on the record, that I think that you guys should make sure you spend more time and effort and energy doing your due diligence and on the ground work with all of our partners and stakeholders to ensure that we're getting this done correctly on the front end.
Yeah, Vice Chair Simpson, Commissioner Smith, Mr. Chair, if I'll address that very quickly. That's exactly right. We have been reaching out to a lot of our regional partners, obviously, who are interested in what exactly that means. There's some definitions that are already out there. As someone that sat at that advisory table with you, Mr. Vice Chair, I know those groups, and we've been doing a lot of outreach on that. This is just a step. We would like to come back to you in December and update you on that step. So the devil will be in the details, Commissioner Smith, and we want to bring those back to you and vet them through, because we know how important this program is and the impacts it can have, and it's just impact on the entire system. So that's exactly what we would do, and we would like to see direction at the end of this presentation for us to come back in December and provide more of a detailed on that. Whether we have that figured out exactly what that is, we'll engage with our partners and try to figure that out.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Brendan. I mean, this is obviously a very new approach for Oregon, and this is a really big deal. And so I think, Chair, for what it's worth, we should probably engage in some periodic updates and check-ins, because I can almost already predict that there's going to be, some people that are going to work alongside and want to be partners in this effort to make sure that we can, align our values and our outcomes of what we're trying to see in the future as it relates to congestion management in the Portland metro region. But there's also going to be some people that are not going to be happy. And so I just want to make sure that we're always kind of staying up to date on what's going on as it relates to this tolling plan, because this is a really big deal, and this is what will get us into our 21st century transportation multimodal system within the metro region, which will obviously yield a multitude of benefits for the rest of the state.
Yes, I agree with that. In fact, I think what we need to do at the end of this segment is to, and I would suggest that we direct the Urban Mobility Office to create a finance and implementation strategy and to bring that back to us and to provide regular progress reports on the kind of thing you're talking about, Vice Chair, and Commissioner Smith has alluded to. I think this is a necessary step, this conceptual statement, in order to get under that. I think we'll find that this will be an opportunity for us to clarify what these funds can and cannot be spent on. I think that would be an important thing for our partners to understand, because there are limits on what the tolling revenue stream can be used on. So corridor will be defined somewhat differently in this context because it relates to a tolling revenue source than it would in other settings where a broader definition we have in the record suggested language on the corridor. But I think we need this conceptual statement to allow us to get past this question of where, just in general, where is the money going to be dedicated, so we can get into the details that you're both alluding to. And so I think this is an important step, but this is certainly, there are levels and levels and levels of detail beyond this that we're going to need to work through. So this is definitely just a starting point and a very kind of general conception that raises a lot of questions. And we need to answer those questions in concert with our partners and with the community, rather than just lay out the answer as kind of a preconceived notion. I think that would be a mistake. And I'm sure all of you think it would be a mistake. So I view this as a step in there are dozens and dozens of steps ahead.
This is Commissioner Calerie. One comment. Based on one of the earlier comments from Brendan, I would think that maybe we would want to rethink the way this is worded, because if we're talking about a system-wide concept, then maybe the language should be the net toll revenue collected within the congestion mitigation system will be invested with priority to each corridor for the revenue collected in each corridor. To me, that gives us a little bit more flexibility, but that's just my observation.
Brendan?
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion, and is with the spirit of where we're going. Mr. Chair, I'm gonna ask, and I apologize for this, that we actually go through, just quickly take a look at the map and the system to provide a little context, and then maybe we can come back to this question. So apologies for the order here, but why don't we just do that? And I think that might get to Commissioner Calerie's very good suggestion here. So Michelle, why don't we move forward 2 slides? Great. Well, this is a busy map, and this is just a map, but one of the things that we've been working on at your direction and listening intently to your direction is creating a comprehensive congestion management plan, which this is a map. It represents a little bit of what we've done, but then again, it's just a map at this point. So right now, it's a set of strategies and programs and projects, again, to meet kind of that holistic and systematic approach for the system in the metro region. So there's limitations to this, but one of the things we're trying to show through this program, this map, is that each part of this system interrelates with each other. While projects are often viewed in isolation based on their geography and their local impact, they're each components that work in tandem with each other. So in alignment with your vision, this plan does not divert, to your point, Commissioner, congestion to create bottlenecks in other parts of the region, let alone other parts of the state, but invests and modernize and manages the system to increase mobility throughout the region. So this approach has many benefits. One of them is that it gives us our best opportunity to be consistent with Oregon's climate goals. But one of the things you can't see on a map or a piece of paper is our strategies and our continued involvement in alignment with your strategic plan priorities, specifically on equity. We're engaged in a lot of conversations around the region on elevating these voices that have been disenfranchised or haven't been at the table in the past. So we're going to continue those conversations. So here you did see the corridors that were shown in the previous presentation, but Della, maybe you could just quickly go through a couple of the elements here, and then we'll come back and get that direction and possible action by the Commission.
Thank you, Brendan. Just a couple quick comments to point out some of the agency-led priority projects as well as significant investments by our partners. So here on the map, you can see that it shows investments across all modes from the major interstate systems that we oversee, such as I-5 and 205, to transit investments by our partners at TriMet, notably Southwest Corridor, and improvements in brown that you see on here from the Metro-led regional bond measure. The plan also includes significant investments for those who use bikeways or walkways within our agency-led priority projects like Interstate Bridge, Rose Quarter, I-205 Abernathy, and the 217 project. In the transit area, we're looking at ways to incorporate more sections of bus on shoulder within our priority projects, like Region 1 has been doing with their bus on shoulder pilot in partnership with C-Tran on I-205 at the Glen Jackson Bridge. And finally, back to the question we've been covering here, the plan shows the existing toll projects, one on I-5 from Multimodal Boulevard to Going Street, and one on I-205 from OR 213 to Stafford Road. I would just suggest to the question that we've been discussing that this is really a big P sort of question, P policy question. Of course, as the details are yet to be worked out, and we want to provide that due diligence with our partners and others in researching where and how this money can be used and the best ways that it can be used to relieve congestion from the corridors that they're collected from. I would suggest as you look at this map that it could be that the verbiage that we proposed still allows for us to potentially look at finance plans, maybe leveraging other funds from other resources that we have to support other investments that are shown on this comprehensive congestion management plan map, with the assumption that any projects that were supported from toll revenues collected on a certain corridor would be used to reduce congestion on that corridor, therefore, but allowing us to take the pressure off other funding sources like STIP and some of our regular gas tax sources that would allow us to make investments off system, as you've suggested, Commissioner Calerie, to support the idea that we don't want to just be moving bottlenecks around either within the interstate system or on the state system or other local facilities that folks need to be able to move people, goods, and services. So with that, I will stop my remarks and yield the time back to the chair. Thank you.
So Brendan, do you want to complete the presentation? Okay.
Yeah, one more slide, and then maybe I'll try to wrap it up with a bow and make a suggestion on a possible next step for the Commission. So next slide, please, Michelle. I was like, at least including this once. So based on the comprehensive congestion management plan we just showed you, not to be confused with what's called the congestion management process, which is a term of art that planners use. I wanted to get that on the record because there is some confusion around the region on that. So based on how this plan evolves, obviously maybe changes in timing, we want to make sure we're on the right track. We're listening to the commission and getting direction. So that's why we want to be clear on some of these things as we move forward. So always want to just include this timeline, which when we come back in December, we can maybe have some changes to this, possibly not. So, Mr. Chair, our suggestion is we request direction on the corridors and keeping that net funding on the corridors, and then coming back to the commission in December, as you mentioned, with an implementation and finance plan for that map and the overall plan that we just went over. So I think that's what I heard from the commission and from you, Chair, how you would like us to proceed. So I'll just leave it there and answer any questions and see if that's the right approach and we're hitting the mark there.
Thank you, Brendan, very much, and Della and Lucinda. So questions for the panel? Okay. I guess what I would say is I think this comprehensive map that you were just showing in the slide before this one, maybe you could go back a slide, Michelle, is I think gets at, although this is a little messy, gets at the fact this is a comprehensive system. As Commissioner Calerie's comments and others, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to have a system that includes tolling as a funding source that allows us to build out a regional congestion management system for the interstate and major highway system in the Portland region that allows us to manage congestion in a way that, as Commissioner Calerie was mentioning, doesn't fix parts of the system to the detriment of having the entire system run, that we want the entire system to work, and that we don't want to just be moving the problem around the region or off the system onto arterial and local streets. So we need a system that's going to be effective and works as a single system. So I think this is a very encouraging approach. I think this is the approach we were talking about in 2017 when the commission originally approved going forward with tolling pursuant to House Bill 2017, which mandates tolling in the region. And so I like this map because it allows us to look at the entire system in one place. So I think this is consistent with the approach we've been trying to pursue. And I also think it's responsive to public comment about and feedback that the Urban Mobility Office has been getting about and from our partners about various segments. So it both provides a comprehensive map and it also allows us to look at segments of it. So I guess I would suggest that we approve the proposal as written with the understanding caveat that several have made on the commission that we will want regular reporting back, and as we get to questions about this, that we continue to refine it and ensure that it is meeting the goals that several have articulated to ensure that we're not ignoring or moving a problem in another area, and that we throughout this attempt to ensure that we've got a comprehensive approach that works and that the entire system works. And to do that, I suggest we approve conceptually, subject to more work on the detail, what's before us, and then direct your mobility office to create a finance and implementation strategy for this comprehensive congestion management plan that they would come back and present to us before the end of the year, at least a progress report on it. So that's what I see happening next, is the approval of the proposal today on where funding as a general matter would land, which would be on the corridor in which it was collected. But in the detail that we'll be developing, ensure that we're able to address the kind of issue that Commissioner Calerie has identified, and that the level of details would follow as we work with partners in the community to refine and detail out what we're talking about. And I don't think we can do that without some process with the community. So we have to start somewhere and then work from that initial conceptual statement, which is what's before us, to something more detailed. So that's one. And the second thing is, I think we need a finance and implementation plan so we understand what is going to be necessary in order to get this up, stand this up. We don't have resources coming from tolling, and we have several $1 million of expense to actually set it up, and we need to know where those funds are going to come from. So I think we need a finance plan and an implementation plan in order to understand where we're going. And that seems to me to be the other piece. So I'll stop there. Comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Perhaps we could go back to the question slide. Michelle,
let's go
please.
Back to the proposed action. There we go.
Yeah. I think I'm prepared to make a motion, but maybe with a little tweak on what you just said, so that the motion would read that the OTC approves the policy concept that the net toll revenue collected on the corridor will be invested on the corridor. And I use those qualifiers to indicate that this is our high level concept, and that, you know, we're looking forward to more specific definitions as well as the finance plan and implementation plan. Does that get at the comments that we've talked about today? Do you think, does the commission think?
Personally, I think that would be fine. I think it is conceptual. It will go through detail. So I'm comfortable with it, unless there is something that I'm not thinking about that the panel wants to bring to our attention.
Mr. Chair, I think that's a great suggestion. I'll just look for a little concurrence from getting head nods from Della. So I think it sounds great. Sounds like a great addition, so appreciate that.
Yep, I think that's a good way to rephrase it. Commissioner, appreciate the work on it. And I'd be prepared to hear your motion.
Just want to get some head nods from the commissioners to make sure that it meets kind of their thoughts
sure.
about this.
Are there any comments on this from other commissioners, this idea?
This is Commissioner Brown. I'm glad you brought this up, Commissioner Smith, because I was thinking down the same lines. I think it gives us a broad enough definition that they can move forward, and it also gives a nod to our partners that we will be listening and prioritizing their needs.
Okay, I will move that the commission, that the OTC approves the policy concept that the net toll revenue collected on the corridor will be invested on the corridor.
Is there a second?
Mr. Calerie, second.
Further discussion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Calerie?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
Chair votes yes. Okay, then the other thing I think we need to provide that we need to have concurrence on is that we are directing your mobility office to create a finance and implementation strategy for this comprehensive congestion management plan and to present a progress report and action plan to the commission at our December meeting. So is there support for that? I'm seeing one head shaking. I'm seeing a second. 3. Okay. I'm not sure we need to put that in a motion. I think it's a direction, and I'm comfortable with it unless Brendan, you want it in the form of a motion. I think I'd prefer to have it as just direction.
Nope, that direction is perfect for us, Mr. Chair. We'll get to work on that right away. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you all for the presentation. Thank the commission for its thoughtful comments and that we worked through it in a way that's helpful. And I think we're going to see levels of detail that, will make our heads swim. But I think that's the nature of putting up something this complicated, and it will get complicated. I look forward to our continuing to work on it and trying to have a good system for the state to address a big problem in the state. Okay. Thank you to Brendan, Lucinda, and Della. So we'll move on to an informational item on external relations from Assistant Director Baker. And then we'll take a short
Mr.
break.
Chair, this is, I was just going to say, Mr. Chair, at the will of the commission and certainly at your discretion, this is an item that we could use. We could send out a written report on the current status because it's still in process as well. If you would like to use this block to try and get back on time. But I'd leave that to you. It's completely up to you, sir.
So how does the commission feel about that? Everyone okay deferring this or converting this from an oral report to a written report from Lindsay that we would receive from her? Yes? No? Everyone okay with doing that? Okay, great. Really speaking for the, okay, everyone seems to be lining up. Any objection to doing that? Okay, we'll do that. So I'd like to do one more thing before we take the break, because this does put us pretty much very close to being back on schedule. Director Strickler has to depart during the break for a meeting on the fires with the governor in Portland. So he's got to drive to Portland and be at that meeting. So I would suggest we take the consent calendar now.
Happy to, Mr. Chair. Our consent calendar consists of 5 items. And I believe that we can take all items en bloc. So at this point, if it's the will of the commission, I'd request a motion to approve consent items 1 through 5 en bloc.
And this is the revised consent agenda, Mr. Director, which we've taken the KPM out of. Is that correct? And we're going to
that is correct, sir.
We're going to have a discussion on the KPMs in October. But the CIAC still has to look at that. And then there will be a submission based on the CIAC's work. And I will be soliciting comments from the commissioners so that we can meet our September 30th deadline. So you'll be hearing, the commission will be hearing from me on, I'll be forwarding the draft KPMs, and we'll be getting, next week, we'll be getting comment both from the CIAC and from the members of the commission so that we can submit a final report by September 30 to the legislature, right? The KPM items, these KPM items essentially become informative to the budget process, which is the reason for the deadline. So the KPM item is not in here. We are not approving something that we because we are not completed with our process for review at the KPM item.
That's correct.
Okay.
This is
So I take a
Commissioner
motion on the, Commissioner Calerie.
I move for approval of the consent calendar as presented.
Second?
I'll second. Commissioner
Commissioner
Brown?
Brown seconds. Commissioner Brown seconds. Discussion on the motion. If there is none, I'll call the roll. Vice Chair Simpson.
Aye.
Commissioner Calerie.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you all very much. It's 10:42. We will take a 10-minute break. We'll take an 8-minute break and be back at 10:50. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Chris, have a good meeting.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, and you'll be in great hands with Assistant Director Baker.
Great. Thank you, Lindsay, for filling in.
You bet. Happy to do so.
Okay. Michelle, are you there?
I sure am.
Okay, great. We're going to reconvene, it being 10:50, and carry on with the Calerie Love Fest that we've got going here today. So our next agenda item is a presentation, informational presentation on the Strategic Action Plan. That presentation will be given by Assistant Directors Brower, Perkins, Baker, and Brown. So the 4 Assistant Directors. And I also want to mention, for those of you who didn't hear it just before the break, as I mentioned, Director Strickler has to attend a meeting, which he's on his way to now, related to the fires. And so Lindsay Baker is stepping in as our purveyor of knowledge and it's our helpful voice as we work through the agenda today. So Lindsay is stepping in for Director Strickler. We appreciate it. So with that, I'll turn it over to the 4 Assistant Directors on the Strategic Action Plan update.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, thank you, Chair Van Brocklin. For the record, Cooper Brown, Assistant Director for Operations. As mentioned, since this will be a joint presentation with my fellow Assistant Directors, I will let them self-introduce. Nikatris? Maybe we'll jump to Lindsay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker, Assistant Director for Government and External Relations.
Travis.
Good morning. For the record, I am Travis Brower, Assistant Director for Revenue, Finance, and Compliance.
Nikatris. All right. Well, I'm sure she'll be joining us momentarily when we jump to her slide, and she can introduce herself at that time.
I definitely was double muted, and so I introduced myself to myself. Good morning, Chair. I'm so sorry. I definitely did this already by myself. Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. Nikatris Perkins, Assistant Director of Social Equity, for the record.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Nikatris. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So again, good morning. So this presentation is really a follow-up to a conversation that we had back in July, just to provide a little bit of context. As you'll recall, back in July, you as the Commission approved for us some priorities and goals that you said should be what drives our department moving forward. So since that time in July, we have gathered together our brain trust of experts. We have locked them in a room on the top floor of the transportation building, thrown in some crackers and water periodically, and what we'll present today is the result of all that hard work. While we haven't gone that far, and I would imagine if we did, they would actually probably be appreciative to have not had to deal with the chaos and craziness of our world, but we did not go that far, but we have convened lots of experts from across the department over the past couple of months, from Travis's team, Lindsay's team, Nikatris' team, my team, and they have been putting their heads together around looking at the priorities and goals that you've given us and really working on the details of how we can deliver those. You mentioned it, Commissioner Smith and Vice Chair Simpson, earlier in the conversation today. The devil really is in the details. And so today's presentation will be about focusing on those details as they kind of crystallize and as they come into focus and getting your feedback and hearing from you if we're heading in the right direction on what those details look like. One thing to note, just in terms of how we're going to do this presentation, there's a lot here. It's a 2-hour agenda item. I don't anticipate it taking the full time, so we'll probably be able to get you those 10 minutes back that you're a little bit behind with. But we'll do a few things. we'll be going through the strategic outcomes and actions, which is the work following the July conversation, and then be turning it over to Assistant Director Baker for a walkthrough of some of the management tools and reporting tools and accompanying documents, as well as kind of key messages around this work that we're hoping to get your feedback on. Finally, I would say the strategic action plan itself, our intent is to bring back the draft of that entire plan for 21 to 23 and have a further discussion at it, or around it rather, at the OTC meeting in October. So with that, Michelle, next slide, please. So the request of the commission today for this conversation, we're really, like I said, hoping to get your feedback and direction on kind of the next phase of work, which are the strategic outcomes, our metrics that we've come up with, and the implementing actions, which we'll walk through momentarily, as well as getting feedback on some of the communications and messaging components of this work. Next slide, please. So again, as a bit of a reminder and a bit of grounding, this is the framework that we're operating on in developing the strategic action plan. On the left, you'll see the components that we see as critical to this work. And as mentioned, you, the commission, have given us priorities and goals, which we'll review in just a second. And really, the next phase, and what we're going to focus on today, are these strategic outcomes and metrics that cascade out from these priorities and goals, as well as the really concrete actions, the time-bound, concrete things that we can do to actually move the needle on these issues, the details, if you will, where the devil lies, as pointed out. And on the right, these are just basically a reminder of some of the component communication tools that accompany this work. Next slide, please. So just in review, the strategic action plan priorities and goals, as commission approved back in July, the 3 priority areas that you've directed us to focus on as a department are equity, both equity in terms of our actions that affect users of the system, as well as making sure that our processes are equitable for our employees, for those transportation workers, for the folks that actually help the system be built and maintain it. The second is the modern transportation system. That's critical, obviously, to so much that we do as a department. We need to make sure that our system meets the needs of today, that we preserve what we have, that we ensure that it's safe, that access is reliable to all who need it. We have to focus on congestion, which we talked about a little bit before with Brendan and team, and incumbent in all this as well is really the project delivery components and how we leverage new and emerging technologies to make sure that we're taking full advantage of the moment. And then finally, the sufficient and reliable funding piece, so critical, obviously, to everything we do. We have to have funding to do the work that we need, and this is really all about looking at how do we look for new ways, new sources of funding, and also how do we leverage, prioritize, strategize around our existing revenue sources. So in summary, just as a reminder, that's those were the marching orders given us back in July by you all. These are the things we should focus on. These are the goals, the 15 goals underneath those 3 priority areas. Michelle, next slide, please. So that leads us to today and what we'd like to present to you and get your feedback on. So here is a list of the strategic outcomes that we are proposing be in this strategic action plan and be that component right directly underneath the goals. We're going to walk through each of these here momentarily, but I'd like to say a couple things about them first and how we arrived here. So the first thing I would say is, as you look at these 10 strategic outcomes, they are intended to be cross-cutting. We could have gone with a more linear approach based on the previous slide and had actions that fell underneath each of those 15 goals. But we decided, and we've heard from you all, that the approach we should be taking as a department is really recognizing the 3 priority areas and the 15 goals that are going to be the enduring things that we need to always be focused on as a department. We need to always be looking to achieve. And looking at the moment that we're in right now, the fall of 2020, what are the things over the next 3 years that we really need to do that are cross-cutting across those goals, across those priority areas that help us achieve them? So it's a bit of a time-bound strategy. We're looking at the next 3 years. These are the things that really need the push, if you will. And again, they touch on a lot of the goals and priority areas that you've already approved. So for example, if you look at the third bullet there, the reducing ODOT's carbon footprint, that one, for instance, Michelle, if you can you go back to the previous slide? Thank you. So for that one, if you look just within the modern transportation system goals, that outcome, strategic outcome, touches on 4 of those 6 goals in various ways. There's components that touch on the preservation and stewardship of the system. There are components that obviously touch on climate change, as we're talking about reducing your carbon footprint. Project delivery is a key element of that as well. It's how do we deliver our projects to make sure that we're using materials that are the least impactful, but still allow us to make sure that our system is maintained appropriately. And then depending on what materials and processes we might arrive at, there's a good chance that there's going to be an innovative technology kind of tie in to that work as well. So I use that just as an example to show you that they're cross-cutting. These outcomes really are cross-cutting across all of these goals and priority areas. Michelle, thank you. If you can go back to the previous next slide. Thank you. If you can actually just go back one more, apologies. Thank you. So cross-cutting is one thing that I would just want to reiterate. The other thing that I would say is this is not an exhaustive list of everything that we're doing as a department. I think that's evident in the conversation that you had earlier with Deputy Division Administrator Lind around the wildfires, and it really it shows that we have a lot of things that we are going to do as a department and that we need to do as a department, that we will continue to do as a department, that might not be explicitly called out in here in these strategic outcomes, but that are called out in the previous goals and priority areas. And that work will continue, and we will drive forward on that. We will continue to try to improve how we do that work. An example is around how we cost estimate for projects. I know we've had lots of conversations over the last year about how the department does that, and are really endeavoring to improve our processes on that front. That work's going to continue. The many kind of safety efforts and initiatives that we have across the department. Safety is always going to be a critical aspect of what we do as a department. We have to keep our users safe. We have to keep our workers safe. That's going to continue, and we're going to be leaning into that work as well. And as mentioned, you know, the wildfire as the full picture of the wildfire damage comes to light, as we understand those impacts and needs. There's going to be a lot of conversation around how do we invest to make sure those needs are met? How do we get those roads back open and maintained? How do we shift resources? A lot of that, I would say, falls within the preservation and stewardship goal of the modern transportation system. But that work is going to be front and center for us as well, in addition to some of these strategic outcome areas, if you ultimately approve those. So I just wanted to reiterate that. I guess the other thing I would say before jumping on in the presentation, as we go through the strategic outcomes, we're going to actually divvy them up between the assistant directors. And so we'll see if we can do this seamlessly, but we'll be jumping back and forth. And so Nakashris will speak to one or two, and then I will speak to one, and maybe Travis. So we'll see how it goes. Appreciate and beg your indulgence. But with that, Nakashris, I will turn it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you. So Chair and Commissioners, if Michelle, you go to the next slide, you would see our first of many actions, which is to increase ODOT's workforce diversity. The metric that we're looking at here is to increase the representation of those who identify as minority, women, and disabled within ODOT. We use the word minority here, which you really won't see in anything else that we do, because it is a federal designation that when people are coming in or being onboarded or applying or deciding to join ODOT, they have the opportunity to identify as white, as Asian, as Native Hawaiian, as African American or Black, as Latino, as American Indian. And those designations are federal designations still within paperwork, right? Even though there might be departments who are using different language, we want to make sure it aligns with the data that we actually collect. We have seen a decline in our diversity over the last few years, and so we wanted to get back to a place where it better matches the communities that we're working in. We know that the diversity will look different everywhere, but as a whole, the diversity inside the agency really reflecting that of the state. So the first is over the next year, looking to define a first milestone or metric milestone is to look at over the next year, define the metric baseline and targets to implement new hiring practices. We do see some mismatch agency-wide in terms of how recruitment might happen, or sometimes scoring or wording in a job ad or in the job description. And so we want to get to a point where that is all better measured and we have a baseline. We have partnered with a group right now through Willamette University who's going to spend some time helping us look at that and really create a business case for it, which will also make sure that what we're doing is data informed, which will allow us move into 2022 where we're able to train interview panels and strengthen our training and intern programs around that information and that baseline data that we have. Finally, in 2023, being able to adopt agency-wide engagement survey and data use practices that will allow us to close this loop so that we don't ever have to come back to defining a baseline, but instead have a continuous loop in terms of what it looks like to always be making sure that our diversity mirrors that of the state. And so that is one of the implementing actions that we're looking at. If you go to the next slide, I can cover another one. So another one we're thinking about, or not thinking about, are going to do is implementing a social equity engagement framework. This one is really, really exciting. So it's looking at a continuum of engagement. ODOT has done a really good job of either informing communities that we work with or consulting communities that we work with. We want to move to the space where we involve them and so that we ensure community needs and assets are integrated, right, into the processes and planning that we have. So we would measure that by 100% of ODOT projects and programs applying a social equity framework by 2023, which is aggressive and exciting, right? So in the 2021, we'll implement a social equity framework, which we already have a baseline for now, on 10 ODOT projects and programs spread throughout the state, which will allow us to get an understanding of whether or not we need what we'll probably call a deck of social equity framework, because some of our programs and projects are varied and they're different where the same type of engagement wouldn't help, even though all of the engagement would look at involving that community voice. After we get to that point, which is ongoing process in terms of looking at how we shift, looking at how we might make a different one using that same research, we want to be able to apply it to 50% of our programs and projects in 2022, and then move to full utilization of framework in 2023. Again, closing the loop and making ongoing improvement to increase effectiveness and agency-wide utilization to ensure that we, again, don't ever have to have a plan where we're looking at baseline data, but instead have made a plan to ensure that we're always looking at how we make improvements so that this is something that we don't have to revisit in this manner. I think if you go to the next slide, you will be listening to a different AD.
Thank you, Nikatris. Chair, Commissioners, back to me. This one is really all about, I touched upon it briefly before, but it's all about reducing ODOT's carbon footprint. And as you'll probably recall, this is a task given us by Executive Order 2004 back in March, I believe, among other tasks. And this is really about us leaning into this work. And what this work entails is looking at how we deliver our projects. What are the materials we use? What are the processes that have a significant carbon output, if you will, and figuring out how can we reduce our emissions throughout all these processes? How can we reduce our carbon footprint as we do our work? Because we know that our work is going to continue, and we know that we actually have a lot of new important work in the pipeline. And so making sure that our processes are mindful of our climate impacts is vital to that. This is new for us. And so in 2021, the idea is that we're going to really inventory our emissions and get that baseline. And you're going to hear us talking about baselining on a lot of these, because for some of these items, these activities, they really are new for us as a department. And so we're not trying to delay. We want to move aggressively. But in order to do that and to really define and set stretch goals in some cases, we have to have a little bit of baselining work done. And so you're going to see that across some of these. And so that's the case with this one, inventorying our emissions and also identifying what are some options out there, the lower carbon ways of doing business, materials and fuels, and then setting those project goals, those very concrete, perhaps percentages, depending on what that ultimately looks like, but something that is measurable. That we can actually shoot for and make sure we're achieving. That's all what we plan on doing in 2021, and then really integrating that work, doing the work in 2022, and adjusting course as we monitor and evaluate the impact, and is it actually moving the needle in the way we hoped it did. So that's that one, at least as we're presenting it now, and I will, I believe, pass it to Nikatris again.
So if you go to the next slide, you'll see the ability to improve our access to active and public transportation, which you might think, why is Nikatris talking about this? And this is a good place to really talk once again about how much we've really tried to crosswalk everything and look at the agency as a whole and the many departments and divisions, offices that are working in a space. The metric here is to increase funding dedicated to projects and programs that improve equitable access to walking, biking, and transit. What we mean by that is that we are very clear that there are pedestrian crashes and that safety for those who are walking, biking, and trying to access public transit is low. And so there's very dangerous corners, there's very dangerous corridors. And what ODOT can do is increase funding dedicated to spaces where we can think larger about that, right? So when we're building a highway, we're making sure a corridor is maintained. What does it look like to also ensure the proper crosswalks for those who are walking, biking, and trying to access public transit is as safe as it is for the cars in those spaces. So for doing that in 2021, we would develop and implement a prioritization process for dedicated funds to increase pedestrian, bike, and transit investments in communities with the highest need. I also want to point out the reason that this is a red flag in many ways is that the people who are doing the walking, biking, in accessing public transit in many times are in communities that are low income and also our BIPOC communities. And so what it ends up being is that we need to make sure that we're dedicating funds to assisting people who might have a burden to some of the systems projects that we have and might not be benefiting as much to the projects that we have. And so this would increase their benefit. We'll define a priority multimodal network to enable more strategic selection for future projects and programs, making sure that as we build out, we always think about these spaces. And then finally in 2023, we will integrate priority multimodal network needs into existing investment processes. Next slide, please. Oh no, go back a slide.
Thank you, Michelle. So this one, see, perfectly seamless. Reducing congestion in the Portland region, a topic that we just touched upon in a previous agenda item, and one that y'all are well familiar with, but this is really capturing as part of the strategic action plan that we are doing this work deliberately. And the metric that we're proposing is that we look at reducing the duration of congestion as defined by the number of hours per day a driver experiences that congestion. It's a little wonky-ish. We'll see if we can maybe clean it up and make it tighter, but I think you get the idea. We're looking at the duration of traffic congestion that's really felt by the user, and that's the key point in making sure that that's our measure of success here. You're well familiar, based on the previous conversation, with what some of this congestion plan entails. But it's really, it's pulling together that entire comprehensive congestion management plan that Brendan and Della and Lucinda spoke of earlier today, with all the component pieces, and making sure that we're thinking and talking about it comprehensively, and really looking not just at projects piecemeal, but really looking at how they together impact the entirety of the system, and how our investment decisions impact the entirety of the system, as you already touched upon earlier. So in 2021, it's that piece. It's getting the work going on I-205, the seismic resiliency work, and also the planning work around tolling. 2022, just as a reminder, the active traffic management project. This is about defining a list of those. These things, active traffic management, are the things like the traffic cues. Think of the green and red lights that let you onto the interstate. It's the ideas of having hardened shoulders where you can open up an auxiliary lane, a travel lane, if needed, depending on the time of day, and all the accompanying infrastructure that's necessary to do that in terms of signage and the like. So that's the type of thing that we're talking about here with active traffic management. I think it's really an important piece. And so in 2022, it would be better defining exactly what that looks like on the system and starting to make some of those investments to actually get that going. And then obviously in 2023, as you're well familiar with, the construction on the I-5 Rose Corridor project begins. And so that would be a big piece and action that we would take in a couple of years on that front. So there's a lot more work to be done here within the congestion strategic outcome area, but these are the ones we think are most important to highlight over the next few years. Next slide, please. I think you're muted, Nakatrice.
So what you see here is giving more dollars to BIPOC and women-owned businesses, which is Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And then the metric being to increase total dollars to BIPOC and women-owned businesses. In 2021, analyzing engagement with BIPOC and women-owned businesses to establish a metric, baseline, and defined target. Just like Assistant Director Brown just said, that you see a lot of places where we're creating metrics and baselines. This one in particular is because of language very similar to what I spoke about in terms of diversity. We don't collect data in this way right now. Right now, all of our data is collected based on certification, and that doesn't necessarily speak to who's available. It doesn't speak to who's seeing barriers. And so in analyzing the engagement, we're really looking to identify and dismantle some of the barriers that systems create. And so that might be a certification barrier, there might be an ODOT barrier, there might be barriers. We need to figure them out, because what we do know is that right now we are not doing as well as we can in terms of engaging BIPOC women-owned businesses. So figuring that out through 2021, and then designing a program to inform and engage BIPOC-owned businesses so that ODOT owns it. Right now, a lot of our movement around this is how we partner with other people, who we can assist with running their own programs, but we do need to figure out how ODOT can own some of the dismantling of the barriers that we might participate in, or have a larger role in what it looks like to engage BIPOC women-owned businesses, both locally and throughout the state. In 2023, we'll implement programming to inform about contracting opportunities. Some of this stuff is happening, but it's not focused. We don't have the data to consistently say this is exactly how it works, this is how we engage. So right now, at the end of 2020, we're starting to do work where we are engaging people, but we can't implement a program, we can't design, and we can't design a program that we don't know for sure is exactly what is needed by the communities that are not able to experience investment dollars through economic engagement with ODOT. You can go to the next slide, please.
So back to me. This is about electrifying Oregon's transportation system. So there are numerous kind of climate-related outcomes and activities that are either captured in the strategic outcomes or ongoing, as mentioned before. This one obviously has a tie-in to the climate efforts that we're making as a department. The measure here, to be quite frank, I would like to refine it a little bit, and I think in the draft that you will see for discussion in October, I'd like to have a little bit more concrete measure in terms of percentage that we can shoot for, and again, have that as a stretch target. But this one's all about really the statewide charging infrastructure, making sure that as EV use continues to grow across the state, we have the accompanying infrastructure in the right places to support that use. There's a tie-in to this work with equity. As you can imagine, depending on where you live, you may or may not have easier access to charging infrastructure. So if you're living in an apartment building, chances are you probably don't, it's not as easy for you to have, to get your car charged as if you lived in a single family home and had a garage that you can just plug things into. So there's equity considerations in this work as we move forward. The other thing I'd flag for this is a lot of partnership is required for this work, whether it be with utilities or other government agencies, state agencies, to really try to move the needle on this one. But that's the general idea. It's about getting that infrastructure out there. And the development and implementation plan is really what we intend to crystallize here soon in 2021 and make sure that we understand all of those gaps and kind of potential hurdles, to include like the equity ones I just mentioned. And then 2022 is really do it and make sure that it's getting done and that we're meeting that, whatever that percentage goal is, again, which we'll identify more concretely in the draft. And this is the other thing to say on this is it's not really all about just personal vehicle use. It's about fleets. It's about transit vehicles, about freight vehicles, making sure that across the board there's the infrastructure in place to support the shift that we need to make to electric vehicle usage. Next slide, please. I think this one's still me. All right. So pursuing innovative technologies. Here too on the metric, frankly, I think we maybe refine it a little bit more. But the idea is really to take all of the kind of exciting opportunities, maybe not all of them, but a number of the exciting technological opportunities and innovations, and make sure that we're leveraging them to the full extent possible. Some of this work has been ongoing with the department, but we're really going to make an intentional, make sure we're intentionally focused on it in really deliberate ways. So as you'll see here on 2021, our proposal is that we really focus the goal on getting the data consultant aboard to help us move road usage charging forward. Travis will speak to road usage charging in a little bit, so I won't steal his thunder, but obviously technology and data in particular, being able to collect data, being able to use it quickly and efficiently is going to be critical to road usage charging success. And obviously road usage charging is going to be critical to the future of our system, probably. 2022, the ideas here and the main focus areas are on the automated routing permitting system. So this is really, as I think most of you are tracking, freight related as it currently exists. It's a bit challenging for our freight carriers to move through the state, getting permitting across jurisdictions, making sure they're on the right routes, that the bridges they need to cross have the correct load restrictions and the like. Many other states across the nation have implemented an automated system that would basically automate a good deal of this work, except for the really large, really kind of cumbersome, complex movements of the really big, the big freight that's coming through the state. That would still be done by our staff. But the idea here is to really automate a lot more of it. And it would be, I think there'd be tremendous benefit for our freight community, just in ease of use and movement through the state. There'd be tremendous benefit internally to ODOT in terms of the bandwidth that we could free up by going that route. The other piece here in 2022 that we think is worth focusing on is really developing a broadband strategy. So as I think, again, y'all are aware, our legislature is investing in a statewide kind of broadband strategy and really kind of turning attention to how do we leverage broadband at a statewide level. It makes sense to us that we need to be developing simultaneously our own transportation-focused kind of broadband infrastructure, a plan for having that infrastructure. And this goes a lot to the connected vehicle ecosystem work that we've talked about before with you. And again, similar, it goes a little bit to the road usage charging as well. The need to just have information and data in ways that are usable is going to be critical to our success as a department moving forward. And so devoting some effort there to making that happen in 2022. 2023 kind of ties back into the bit of the active traffic management points that I made on a previous slide. It's really making sure that we're investing and we have the most up-to-date signals across the state, across our system, to enable us to more innovatively move traffic, particularly in those congested areas, but really across the entire state system. So yeah, I think that covers that one. Next slide.
Great. So I get to back cleanup on this section of the presentation and talk to you about the two funding related items, strategic outcomes that we're looking at. I think it's important that those are at the end because they're really the foundation for much of what else we have in these strategic outcomes. We know that without solid revenue mechanisms that broaden our portfolio of revenue, that find new ways to fund some of the parts of the system that are challenging to fund today, we're really going to struggle to effectively achieve the priorities, goals, and strategic outcomes. So we have two areas related to funding that we're calling out separately here. Others are actually built into other parts of some of the other pieces. Cooper mentioned how we would implement tolling as part of the Portland Metro Region Congestion Relief Strategy. And so that is clearly an effort that will help diversify, broadening, increase our funding availability. So the first is implementing large-scale road usage charging. This is an area where we are leading not just the nation, but where Oregon is literally leading the world with the Origo program, where we're the first state to implement a pilot test program for road usage charging with the Origo program. We now have another handful of other states. Utah has followed us. And I just literally moments ago got a bill from Virginia where they're looking to follow our lead as well. So states all across the nation, other countries are looking to follow us here. So what we would like to do is, in the long run, by 2026, implement large-scale road usage charging for likely new vehicles where we have the technology enabled in vehicles to be able to move into the next stage of road usage charging. In the interim period, we need to do a lot of work to get ready for that. This is really a longer term element, but there are a lot of things we're going to need to do to be able to hit that date. So right now, we have exactly one way for people to participate in road usage charging, and that is to get what is called a mileage reporting device and to plug it into their vehicle. We know we need to expand that, change our technology, and offer people multiple different ways to connect to road usage charging. So one of the first and most important of that will be to implement manual reporting so that there are other ways for people to report that don't require either the internet or devices installed in cars, because we know there are a lot of people who may either be fearful of that or just not have the technology available. We're also going to continue our efforts in public outreach to increase enrollment. We brought to you in the past that over the last year or so, we've been doing some work with even some paid media and outreach to the public around talking to people about how road usage charging is the future, a fair way to pay for the roads that we all value so much as Oregonians. We're going to continue that. We've actually seen our enrollment starting to trend up. Some of that may be because of our outreach. I think a lot of it is because of the new incentives for people to join Origo by being able to opt out of the supplemental registration fees that were included in HB 2017. So thanks to some legislation we passed in 2019, we're seeing growth in Origo. There's going to be a lot of other work, though, going on. In 2023, we would like to have a streamlined point-of-sale enrollment process. Right now, to join Origo, when you buy a car, you end up in a situation, it's a little bit of an awkward hop, where you have to pay the title and registration fees up front, and then you can join the Origo program. We'd like to make that seamless so that at the dealership, when you're signing all that paperwork, you can just check the Origo box and you'd be in the program, and then you wouldn't have to worry about paying those title and registration fees up front. So that'll be a key piece that requires us working with dealers, our account managers, DMV, and the Office of Innovation there. The most exciting element of all this, though, is that by 2023, we'd like to really be working through deployment of a connected vehicle ecosystem that would support road usage charging as well as safety applications for intelligent transportation systems. This is an area where we just received a $5 million federal grant and where we are beginning to look at partnering with the private sector to move into the space of connected vehicles, where the vehicle talks to the the road talks to the vehicle, and that data exchange between the vehicle and the road, and ultimately between the private sector and the public sector, can help us collect that mileage information, not where people are driving for Origo, but just how many miles people are driving. We believe that this is likely the next big thing that will allow us to transition away from a in-vehicle device to just using the technology that is already enabled in cars. We're having conversations with the Road User Fee Task Force, which Commissioners Calerie and Brown are part of, and they are very eager to put forward a bill in the 2021 session that would move toward mandatory road usage charging for vehicles, new vehicles after probably around 2026. We have a meeting later this month. We'll finalize some of those details. So this is a very exciting area, and we hope that we're able to move forward in order to provide a way to fairly collect revenue in a way that's sustainable and broaden that revenue base as we're seeing our fuel tax revenue begin to peak and then to decline in the future. Next slide, please. The last priority here, strategic outcome, is really to achieve sufficient funding. And this is broader and bigger in many ways than some of these other. This is really about increasing total funding for all modes of the transportation system. So this includes both the transportation system and ODOT's fiscal health. So as you notice, the work items, the actions that are laid out for 2021 and 2023 are really about closing the gap in ODOT's operational budget, developing a plan by next year that will close the gap before we even actually have a budget deficit, so that we're proactively addressing that long-term gap. And then by 2023, we need to really have that plan fully baked and begin to be implemented all the way out through 2027, so that we can be well ahead of the curve and not get to the point of reaching the edge of the cliff and then staring over into the abyss. The other area really is to work with stakeholders to identify new transportation revenue options. This is something that ODOT has done in the past in a variety of times as we've led up to work on transportation funding packages, but it's something that is also beyond really the scope of what the agency can do. This will require some leadership and ownership by the Transportation Commission and the Governor's Office, and buy-in from stakeholders and legislators as well. We chose 2022 here, recognizing that this plan goes through 2023. This may be a longer-term conversation. As you know, the HB 2017 was a massive investment in Oregon's transportation system, and those stepped increases in the highway system, at least, continue in 2022 and 2024. But we believe that 2022 would be a ripe time for work to really begin anew and in a robust manner to ensure that we're looking not just the next few years, but really looking into the future at how do we achieve sustainable, adequate revenue for all modes of transportation, the transportation system, whether looking at broadening the revenue portfolio by adding new items to the mix, as we did in HB 2017 with the statewide transportation investment fund, whether that's adding new things like road usage charging and tolling, or whether it's finding ways to ensure that some of our revenue streams we already have in place are increased in a way that keeps them up with the inflation, with the need that we're seeing across the system. So we would look to the Commission for some leadership there with department support to help with that process, but really that would be a broader effort with the broad range of stakeholders and the Governor's Office and I think the legislators as well. So next slide, please. This is where we pause and we take feedback and direction on these last slides, the strategic outcomes, measures, and implementing actions that we have just walked you through. I would note, I think we may have mentioned already, you have in your packet a document, I call it a one-pager, but it's one-pager front and back, that lays all of this out with the years and the potential implementing actions so that you can provide us any feedback based on that document and on what we have told you today.
Okay. So at this point, reaction to the materials we've just run through from commission members? Questions, comments? Feedback is what I think is the key word here. One of your last shots, Martin.
Okay. I think all of this is headed in the right direction. I'm appreciative of the work that's gone into it. And I know this is just a shot in the dark, but is there any way to move up any of these items so that we're hopefully gaining ground on all of them, especially the Orgo program? I think that's a key to helping a lot of things, including revenue and system use and all of that type of thing. So just a comment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. So just a kind of general overarching comment. I think it's great. There's a lot of tasks on the table, and I applaud all of your great work in putting to action our goals and priorities. I'm thinking, just in light of what we experienced this last week and the fires, we're going to have a huge challenge ahead of us to fix all of those roadways. And just thinking, is there a place for that in this plan? I mean, I know it's early, but thinking forward, do we want to consider including something addressing all of the repairs we're going to have to do in part of our short-term planning? Just a thought. And then if we could go back to the greenhouse gas slide, I had a couple questions on that. Yeah. Help me understand, and then I have a couple of suggestions or thoughts. When we talk about ODOT activities, what's included in that, in activities?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Smith, this is Cooper. So in answer to your question, what's included in those activities, really it runs the gamut, but we're focusing on project delivery. So the way that we deliver projects, whether it's through our contractors that help us deliver those projects, whether it's through our activities. So think about the vehicles we use is obviously one, but it's also the materials we use. And I'm going to get out over my skis here pretty quickly because I'm not a technical expert, but think of, there might be, I'm hearing there are ways in some other parts of the country and elsewhere are using new materials, perhaps in the paving area, or for some of our kind of facilities along the sides of our roadways, maybe even on signage and other things. All of those things have a bit of a carbon impact, right? And so it's really looking across the board at how we deliver our projects, how we operate and maintain the system in its entirety, and that's the first piece of the work there, is getting a baseline of what does that carbon footprint look like for all of those activities, and then really doing that research to identify what are those best practices being used elsewhere that we can maybe incorporate or adopt here to lessen it. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but does that give you enough?
Yeah, that helps. It does. Thank you. Because I was thinking, obviously, when we build things, we can look at lowering carbon material usage and things like that. But I was also thinking, given our fleet, what can we measure how we're transitioning to a cleaner fleet? Can we set some goals for that? Can we set goals for how we operate more administratively or employment-wise we saw some really great outcomes when everybody had to work remotely. So are we setting targets for remote work and tracking how that can improve greenhouse gas emissions if some of our workforce is not on the road? So expanding it from just the materials that we use to a kind of a broader how we operate as an organization, it'd be nice if we could include some of that in these activities, metrics, whatever you want to call it. And then it seems to me that what's missing from this slide, and maybe it doesn't belong here, is the choices that we make as an organization on what projects to build, baking into our selection criteria impact on greenhouse gas emissions. And I know that we've talked about that in other contexts, so maybe it doesn't belong here, but just a broader thinking about all of our operations and all of our projects, we ought to consider how that will impact greenhouse gas emissions when we make choices. That's my opinion.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Smith, if it's all right with you, Mr. Chair, if I can speak real briefly to that. Great points.
Sure,
all.
of course.
Of
course.
Thank you. Great points all, Commissioner Smith, and it's on me for not flagging in more detail. Some of those I think are already where we're thinking. I think the one that we could probably draw a tighter connection to is really the modernizing the workforce work that we're doing, really as a being prompted so much by the COVID pandemic and our response to that, and really making sure that that's tied in clearly because it does have those benefits that you described. The other pieces that you mentioned, though, to include project selection is a critical one. I failed to mention it. It is included in this work. The reality there, though, is we will make sure, and I might turn to Amanda Peets here in a second, who I think is on the line. She can provide perhaps a little bit more detail. But we are working on how do we select projects to make sure that we are intentional with looking at them in that evaluation process through a climate lens. And it's not to say that we're always going to have that as the final determining factor, but it is that we want to make sure that we are calculating those impacts into the other impacts that we need to achieve, whether it be safety, whether it be kind of flow of traffic, congestion relief, the like, all of those things, and having a deliberate data-driven kind of decision process. So that is certainly involved in this work as well. And the fleet is very much part and parcel of all of this, as you mentioned. So that will be a component for sure. If I may, can I, Mr. Chair, turn to Amanda? Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Turn to Amanda. I have a comment or two on this as well. This subject. So maybe I'll offer mine up and then we can turn to Amanda. That might be the better order. So, so I agree with Commissioner Smith's comments, and I think that there's a broadening that needs to occur on this to think creatively about all the ways we touch on that our carbon footprint is put together. Some of it is in another slide, which is the electrification slide. But I'm just going to talk very broadly for a second, kind of piggybacking on what Commissioner Smith was saying. So I think the points she was making were important, but I suspect she will agree with what I'm about to say. To me, we currently have at least 3 touch points on climate. We have the STS, which we approved and has existed for quite some time now. And it contains a number of possible strategies related to carbon reduction and greenhouse gas. The second thing we have is we have the governor's climate executive order. And that has 2 specific things for us. One is there are a bunch of goals that are generalized to state government of which we're a part. But there are two that are specifically directed to ODOT, and those two are electrification, which we have in here as a separate slide. The other is the very point we were just discussing about GHG as it relates to the STIP. In other words, what we invest in terms of projects. This point about project selection and assessing in making choices on projects as a factor, not as a determinant, but as a factor, well, although I suspect in some cases it could be a determinant, what the GHG impact of a given project would be. And the third thing we have is what we're talking about right now, is the strategic action plan, which we're adopting. It seems to me, and I'd love to get Amanda's take on this, how do we have a comprehensive strategy on at least electrification and greenhouse gas that is leveraging the ideas contained in the document we're looking at today, which is really down in the details of the action that we would take, which is where we've been headed, priorities, goals, but now really getting into, we are now in the detail, the devilish detail we were talking about earlier. This is it on this plan, is to really drill down on what we're actually going to do. But also think about that in the context of the STS and the executive order, so that we have a comprehensive strategy on carbon that is that takes into account the direction that we have in the STS, this multi-agency work that we've been doing the last year to try and implement that as a state government, and then what we're doing in the strategic action plan and how we're implementing the executive order. It seems like it's all one arena, and that we need a strategy that encompasses those three documents: the strategic action plan, the executive order, and the STS. So, and at some level of detail on a timeline. So Amanda, do you want to react to? I want to make sure you're also answering the questions Commissioner Smith has raised. I'm just wanting to blow it out into a broader discussion about these three documents, which is more general, and her questions were more specific about trying to broaden this particular goal out. I mean, this particular action item out. So, Amanda?
Sure. So for the record, Amanda Peets, Director of ODOT's Climate Office. So thank you, Chair Van Brocklin. Excellent questions, and Commissioner Smith and others. So I think I'll focus on the bigger picture first. And so Chair Van Brocklin highlighted that there's three kind of pieces that play together: the statewide transportation strategy, the executive order, and the strategic action plan. And I think there's a fourth piece, which is the Climate Office in general. So what's reflected in the strategic action plan before you is a small selection of items that we're pursuing above and beyond what the executive order calls for, or what we may have identified kind of to date in the statewide transportation strategy. So the item right now before you, the carbon footprint piece, is around our construction and maintenance practices. That's not something really that the executive order nor the statewide transportation strategy talked about. So that's why we wanted to highlight that one as a key action, in addition to where those other documents pinpoint us to. And then the other piece was trying to take the work of the STIP that Chair Van Brocklin was just talking about, and not only applying it to our major capital projects, but also across all our investment programs. And so going in and looking at our investment programs, whether that's the public transportation funding, the STIP, whether that's funding for, say, our congestion mitigation air quality program, CMAQ, and relooking at our priorities, our uses of those funds, kind of across the board, and not just those things identified in the STIP. So that in the end, what we can show is hopefully savings across the decisions that are made within the organization. Beyond that, there's many other efforts that we're also engaged in. Commissioner Smith, you mentioned the telecommuting piece. That's certainly one that we're tracking, trying to sustain high results of, not only within the agency, but also external to the agency with our Transportation Options Program. So there's a myriad of things that we're working on. One of the things we've talked to you all about before, and I've given an update on, is our STS midterm implementation plan. And really, that is, I think, trying to stitch the various pieces together, Chair Van Brocklin, that you're talking about. It's looking at all the various components that we need to pursue to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and whether that's vehicles and fuels like electrification and the item that you have in your work plan, to how we operationalize demand management and some of those pieces, which really haven't been talked about in this piece in your strategic action plan to date. So we'll talk about each of the various categories that we need to pursue and kind of the actions that we're identifying to do that, starting to show the cross connection between, because this is what you're seeing in the strategic action plan is a small sampling of those things, kind of above and beyond, doesn't necessarily represent that holistic strategy that we're looking at, to your point, Chair Van Brocklin, for the Climate Office in general.
So I don't want to steal Commissioner Smith's initiative. I don't want to get in the middle of what she's trying to get accomplished here. So I'm going to, I do want to ask a couple more questions, but I want Commissioner Smith to finish up with what she was trying to do and not distract the focus.
Are you turning it to me, Chair?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Smith here. That's really helpful, and I had thought that's probably what was the case, that this is just a slice of what we're doing globally, but I just wanted to make sure that we talked about it because I know that there's a lot of interest in climate change, particularly in light of the fires and what we've seen in the last 10 days. And I just want to make sure it remains top of mind for us as we go forward, and perhaps a good way to do that is just to have some regular check-ins with the Climate Office. That would be, I think, helpful for me, if we can put that in our agenda plan at some point. And I appreciate the responses and keep up the good work.
I think that's a good idea, and I think we should have regular reporting from Amanda and the ADs. I also agree that this is more top of mind, and I've been thinking about it a lot the last week or so, as I'm sure have we all. I just wanted to add one more comment at this point, and that's this. For me, and I'll just speak for myself, ultimately, the goal of a lot of this is to work cleaner in order to contribute to a reduction in our GHG, a reduction, that's what this says, reduce carbon footprint. And so for me, I need a measuring tool. I need a baseline of where we are on GHG emissions that is attributable to us. People say we're responsible, we, transportation, is responsible for 40% of the GHG. I don't know whether that's a combination of our activities and the activities of motorists. I think that's what it is. So we can control a lot what we do. We can't control as much what someone does when they decide to buy a car or truck, what kind it is, what kind of MPG it's got, or if it uses hybrid technology or electric technology or some other technology. So where we have the most ability, I think, from the control side is on the kind of thing we're talking about in this slide and that Cooper was talking about. But I need a measurement tool, and I've been thinking about one other thing that we're involved in right now, and that's the KPMs. And I'm wondering whether there would be an advantage to us to having a couple of KPMs that track. Let's just take the EO for a second. The executive order talks about, specific to us, electrification and the STIP investments. If our current baseline on those particular pieces is at X, how do we know where we are 5 years from now? Have we driven the curve down? Is the curve flat? Is the curve increasing? Because the ultimate goal here is carbon footprint from our own activities. And if we want it to be less, seems to me something like a KPM would be, or a couple of them, to measure a couple of different things we're trying to measure, would be helpful for commission members to be able to see on a regular basis, how are we doing? Because there's a lot to be done here, and I don't think we can track 50 things that the agency is doing to drive down GHG. In fact, I don't want to try and do that personally. Others may want to. I don't. What I want is a measurement tool that says, here's the baseline. We set the baseline. We went to the 21-24 STIP and we determined what we're doing in that time frame on those projects as a baseline. What was the GHG level? And then we are doing all these things Cooper's talking about and you're talking about, Amanda, which we can't keep track of as a commission. It's just too much detail, in my view. And then a year from now, we get the KPM on it, and it says, you know, GHG was, on our stuff was 41%, and today it's 37%. Or it says, last year it was 41%, and this year it's 49%. Then I'm going to ask the question, what are we doing wrong? So I don't know whether that makes sense to anybody else, but I feel like something like a KPM or something where there's a baseline and there's a trajectory would be useful to me.
Yeah,
and probably
I think,
to a lot of other people.
I think what you're referring to, Chair, is maybe some sort of dashboard.
Yeah, a key performance
and I think
measure.
that helps us, obviously. I mean, because we would be consuming a lot of time talking in circles as opposed to looking at a chart or a metric to see, oh, okay, how are we doing based on that policy implemented? Or are we trending in this path right now, so now we need to implement a new policy to, you know, course correct where we're going with everything. But one of the things, Amanda, or even Cooper for that matter, or anybody else, I know everybody has these aspirations to electrify the transportation sector, which I'm supportive of. The question is have we done an analysis on how power is even being generated still through the use of coal and how that's being exported into our state and whatnot, or imported into our state? We would need to say, yeah, we want to do electrification, but at a certain point, we need to have a target that 50% of our electrification within that infrastructure should be renewable. And then now that starts, you know, playing its role in terms of what kind of infrastructure needs are there going to be from the state, from DOE, from, you know, DLCD and all of our sister agencies that we've been working on some of these other initiatives with. Because if we're just going to be talking about electrification and we're not building infrastructure around renewable energy, we're not really changing the course of climate change.
So, Vice Chair Simpson, if I might, so real quick to address Chair Van Brocklin's point about a performance measure, I'd be happy the next time, to Commissioner Smith's point, that I come and talk to you all as a commission and give an update on the climate office. I'd be happy to share the dashboard that we're working on. So it's a very high level measure to start things with, and then the ability to drill down for folks that are interested in that and transparency and accountability purposes. So we have that we've been working on, and then also relative to the slide that's up, we were hopeful to come up with a metric of, say, million metric tons of carbon reduced from a baseline that we're able to establish so that we can see, again, are we moving fast enough, hard enough? How does that relate to the overall statewide measures? So happy to talk more at some point about performance measures. And then Vice Chair Simpson, to your question about electrification, I think we know that we have some room to grow for creating cleaner energy sources, and that's something that also to your point on our sister agencies, it really requires that partnership with. So ODOT's really working hand in hand with the Department of Energy and with the private sector and utilities directly to understand what those emissions are from the generation of the power to begin with, and trying to clean those over time. So we know that if we do our part on electrifying and they do their part on cleaning the electric that's coming in using less coal, that we'll get to a very low carbon content overall for that type of transportation.
Yeah, and it makes me, as somebody who's, in the world of recycling, I've always think about energy, and just to think about all of the different trees that were just burnt up, and how that could have potentially, all that stuff's going to end up in a landfill. The question is we know forest fires, obviously, and this is way out of ODOT's parameter. But again, in conversations with those sister agencies, because if we're going to electrify the transportation sector in the future, we'll obviously need more infrastructure. So we should be looking at ways to implement more maybe cogen facility, biomass facilities that are actually yielding that renewable energy, especially when situations like these occur, for a resilient strategy to create, renewable energy so that we're not just dumping all this stuff into a landfill. We actually could still capture, its power and energy and carbon value that's still it's sequestered in the actual burnt up piece of log,
So Amanda, we'll have you back, and we'll provide some additional input ahead of the meeting that you'll come present to us, so that you'll know what target you're shooting at. Okay, I want to make sure we're not falling too far behind here on our agenda. So are there other questions? Thank you, Commissioner Smith, for raising that. I think that's this particular slide's important to get behind, and I do think we have multifaceted activities going on here. We need to be able to have some way to understand kind of comprehensively what the impact is one way or the other. I would hate to be doing all this stuff, spending all this time and effort and resource, and find out we're driving that line up. So with that, other comments from the commission, any other feedback we want to provide before the panel finishes up for us today?
I was just going to jump. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just an additional bit of information. Many times when there are forest fires, there is an opportunity for salvage logging. Now, that may take a while because of the condition of the roads and the access to some of those areas, but it's usually something that the Oregon Department of Forestry, BLM, and U.S. Forests will try and do when they see no other option. So there may be a chance to get some benefit out of the salvage logging operations, just for information. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Vice Chair Simpson, your comment?
I just wanted to just compliment the ADs on the work thus far with the strategic action plan. I wanted to, I guess, just put on the record, I would assume, things are going to be super tight financially over, I don't know, whatever period of time right now. Obviously, there's too many uncertainties, but as resources become very thin in the near future, these I think we're moving in the right direction, and I think the main key here really is it's an effort for us to kind of help build this movement of trust and support of the agency, and I just want us to continue to understand that as we build that trust, with the people and the general public, when we encounter challenges, they're not necessarily roadblocks. They just become speed bumps because we know we have the trust in the public and overall the people, and so when we need resources to address needs, it's a very easy fix. So I think what we're doing here in laying out the framework in terms of the direction we're trying to take the agency and be more public facing, and obviously our communications plan as a result of that's going to convey this, I think are going to be really important. But like everything, it's going to always need consistent work, and we're going to have to continue to revisit. But I think I wanted to echo your comments earlier, Chair, that, dashboard and metrics are going to be really easy in terms of us measuring the direction that we're going. But in terms of the content and the language that we have crafted out here and the direction, I'm very content at this point and supportive of the direction that we are going in.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I agree with you. I think the work done here has been really good. I like where you took the previous work too and tried to integrate it in. And it seems like a really strong effort to try, as we directed, to try and sift out the strategic from the operational. I think you've done a good job with that. This list that we're looking at now is, I think, everything on it's strategic. So any further comments before we let them finish up?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted real quick one, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I hope that as we work, going back to the implementation of social equity and the frameworks at ODOT, one of the things that really became apparent to me is, you know, Business Oregon has been responsible for a lot of the DBEs, the small emerging women's businesses, et cetera, going on. And as we look at this and our projects, I hope that our sister agencies will get involved with this. You know, we've siloed that for many, many years. It's something I'm going to just keep beating the drum on because it's frustrating. I think that we need to, if ODOT is going to make the change, I think we need to bring those other agencies along with us. So I hope that the conversations in the future will be that we can get all state agencies doing the same thing so it makes it easier to achieve our goals.
Really good point. I think these points that are being made, your point just now, Commissioner Simpson's point about let's make sure as we electrify that the electricity we're receiving is clean, is green electricity, not coal burn electricity generation and that kind of thing. All of those things I think are a part of leading the way, and hopefully our sister agencies will lean into the same approaches so that we have more of a state system approach. Okay, Cooper, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chair Van Brockland. Thank you, Commissioners. Greatly appreciate this feedback. It's very helpful. We will take it all back and incorporate it into the strategic action plan that we'll discuss further, the draft for October. I don't want to belabor anything, but I will, if you'll indulge me, just touch on a couple points that were raised to make sure we're closing the loop. Commissioner Calerie, you mentioned the salvage logs and the ways that those can be leveraged to advantage from a kind of a green perspective, climate change perspective. I know for a fact I've heard a lot of conversations that are happening with our partner agencies on that front, because we are anticipating, I think Mac might have even mentioned it, hundreds of thousands of those trees from this wildfire event. And so that certainly is where I think our sister agencies are thinking, but more to follow on that. I believe Commissioner Smith, you raised the point about the wildfire response, the significance of that, and should it be incorporated in a more kind of intentional way into the strategic action plan. My recommendation, I would posit that while these are certainly historic wildfires, no doubt, the likes of which we haven't seen as a state, we will every year we are going to encounter wildfires, landslides, snow events that have significant impacts and a range of impacts depending on the severity of the year across our system. I would recommend that we keep the response and associated kind of decisions really as part of that preservation and stewardship goal that you've identified. It should be where we're really focused, rather than focusing it in terms of what we need over the next couple of years. That said, I might come back and eat my words as we more fully understand the impact and severity on their system. But I guess what I'm trying to say is those system kind of maintenance and upkeep things, while it ebbs and flows in terms of the amounts of dollars we have to devote to that every year, to my mind, how I've been describing it is really kind of the bread and butter activities of the department that we've got to do. There's no option. We've got to get people back into these communities that are closed. We've got to make sure the roads are safe and all those things. And so that will be done no matter what, from my perspective. So just a thought there. And then the final thing I would just say is we have heard from you all as the commission very loud and clear that we need to be very forward-leaning with all of this work. And that it's not enough for us to set goalposts that we know we can achieve so we can have a green report card. We have to really be the problems that are in front of us as a department, that are in front of us as a state that are transportation related force us to really set aggressive stretch goals. And so that's what we're trying to do with this work. And so I just wanted to make a point of reiterating that because I think it can't be underscored enough. That's vital. And I would personally rather come up a little bit short on some of these, but have those stretch goals that force us to move the needle in significant ways than the alternative. So with that, really appreciate the comments. And if you're okay with it, Chair Van Brocklen, I believe I will turn it over to Assistant Director Baker to continue with the latter portion of this.
Very good. Thank you. And thank you for soliciting our feedback.
Thank you, Cooper. Good morning again, or rather good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker, Assistant Director for External Relations. Michelle, could you advance the deck to slide 17, please? So in the remaining probably half hour, roughly 45 minutes we've got on this agenda item, I'm going to go through two kind of main components of the balance of the presentation. So the first thing I'll kind of run through, and I'll scoot through this pretty quickly, is the strategic action plan itself. We'll talk a little bit about the management tools and the sort of documents as they kind of come together and coalesce into the strategic action plan that will be before you in October. I think the theme that I've really been hearing from the conversation to date is this idea of sort of interconnection and a relationship between all of these pieces, and really this idea of advancing and pushing the envelope as much as we can. I think to Cooper's point a moment ago, are these stretch goals? Absolutely. Are these somewhat aspirational? Absolutely. Are there going to be places where we perhaps don't meet all the way? Probably, likely so. That being said, we will still be accomplishing far more with a stretch goal than we would in absence of one. And I think that's the most important piece to sort of keep in mind. So as we look again to this document, here are the kind of main component pieces. So the first thing that'll be included in this document, and this is that sort of 15 to 20 page long action plan, is a letter co-signed by the chair and by the director. And this will be kind of that framing document that sort of this broader articulation and a little bit more of a narrative, which sort of describes why the exercise and why the effort and what all this is sort of in furtherance of, and kind of frames out this body of work in a pretty holistic sense. Then it'll be followed with the priorities and goals, which you all have seen so far and have approved in your July meeting, right? And we'll sort of narrow down and describe how we got to the 3 priorities, what they are and what they mean and how they guide us, how we sort of narrowed it down to the 15 goals articulated beneath those, and then how they sort of translate into those 10 strategic outcomes that we just ran through before. Again, emphasizing this interrelationship and the connection. The way that I have been thinking about it is really that we're sort of charting out not a 2D roadmap, but a 3D network and a web, if you will, of how all of these things comprise and are combined and leveraged with one another in furtherance of these top line goals. So you all received I think, draft one-pagers, which will be all 10 of the one-pagers that will be included in this larger document. So I'll run through those, and then I'll make one note quickly about the management tool. And Vice Chair Simpson, this is to your point about how are we measuring progress, and then how are we subsequently communicating that out and relaying that to you all and to the public. So Michelle, can you advance the slide, please? Thanks. So this is a sample of what you all have already received, and what we're looking for here is a little bit of feedback on, I think, frankly, format, level of information, and sort of what I call the strike level and the tone of what you're looking at. These were the 3 that you received, and these articulate sort of how they relate to the larger priority, how they relate to other goals within this body of work, and then a little bit more detail of the different implementing actions and the time horizon associated with those for each of these strategic outcomes. Next slide. And then these are the quarterly progress reports. So keep in mind, and I believe that I attempted at least to draw this distinction back in the August Commission meeting, that we're looking at kind of two different accountability tools. So one is this one, which is a quarterly progress report that's really more envisioned as a management tool. We would provide this to you on a very regular basis. It is sort of framed like for those of you who remember, whenever we were producing the House Bill 2017 package sort of implementation tracker, and that progress report, it's sort of framed and built upon that kind of model and structure. So it has a little bit more detail. It includes the timelines associated with individual and discrete tasks, and there may be sort of subtasks and that sort of thing within each of these. And this is distinct from what would become the sort of scorecard or dashboard that would be really more of that public-facing tool that would have that higher level roll-up of, yes, so we're making progress on these actions. Is that actually translating into progress toward the strategic outcomes? So these are kind of the two pieces that you'll be looking at and that will be included, again, in a more detailed and a fuller format and a much more fully fleshed out version before the October Commission meeting. So I might pause there. Michelle, can you advance to slide 1, please? I'll pause there and see if you have any feedback on sort of the structure and the format that we're looking at, and what all will be included in that sort of larger strategic action plan document itself.
Real quick, any conversation about colors at all within these documents?
Chairman Brockman, Vice Chair Simpson, we can certainly have a conversation about colors.
What are you thinking?
You said you did? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said we can certainly have a conversation about colors. I don't know that we expressly, well, you know, what I will say, one thing very quickly is as we're thinking about the communication tools specifically, and we're thinking about creating one-pagers, putting it on the website, all of these kind of component pieces, which are, you know, small things, there is just so you know, there's a very intentional effort and direction to ensure that there is a level of cohesion between all of those things, and that all of those different tools and slide decks and whatever it is as we're talking about the work and we're explaining it to the public, our stakeholders, et cetera, that there's a through line of, I see that thing and I know that it's associated with the body of work. So we will bring that into all of these tools as well. I don't know that I know that we have not landed on what that kind of branding looks like, but certainly that is part of the communications planning exercise, which is ensuring that there is that level of cohesion.
Cool. Thank you.
That said, if you have color preferences, I'm certainly happy to hear them.
I don't have any yet, but it was just a thought, just as we're, you know, speaking to a broad network of folks, and I know colors and images make things more digestible for a lot of people.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions on the templates and structure? I think you can go to messaging.
Sounds great. Thank you. So Michelle, will you advance to slide 1, please? So next piece we'll talk about, and this is really the bulk of the conversation, is these key messages. So recall back in August, I brought before you all essentially this same exact slide deck. We didn't get to it, and so we advanced the balance of that agenda item to this conversation. So these have not fundamentally changed at all. And, you know, I think we've done a little bit of wordsmithing, a little bit of tweaking, that sort of thing, but they are quite consistent with the information that was provided, but that we didn't get to in August. So just sort of a process piece. So please keep in mind that all of these are very draft in nature. They have been developed from the communications team as well as the director and the assistant directors, and we've done a lot of kind of message testing and just kicking around different concepts and ideas. So I'll go through 4 slides total. There's one that is sort of this overarching key messages that apply to the entire body of work. And then there's sort of a subset of key messages that really apply to each one of the individual priority areas: equity, modern system, and sufficient and reliable funding. So as we run through these, I'll probably pause after each slide just to sort of solicit feedback and open up for conversation. But to my mind, it's important to think about the key messages in terms of themes and content and not specific word choices. That being said, if there are specific word choices that you see on the screen or have observed so far that give you pause or heartburn or red flag, or that you really, really like, please share that feedback as well. So Michelle, can you please advance to the next slide? So primary key messages, and again, this is what would go across the entire body of work. We've got 6 here. I'm not going to read them all verbatim because, again, you all have seen these before and they were included in your packet. So I'll just sort of let you kind of look through them. But really the themes here are, you know, we're building a system to meet the future. We're building a system and an organization that is evolving. And again, it's not a reflection of we've been doing things wrong in the past. It's we're evolving to meet the needs of the future, and the circumstances and the world in which we sit is more dynamic by nature. There's an element here of accountability, and this is we're looking at specific outcomes, and there's a measurement of progress and of performance that's really, really important. And that we, at the end of the day, are serving the public and serving the state and serving the economy by all of the work that we're doing. So I'll pause there and see if you all want to just sort of read through these for a bit, and then open it up for any feedback or questions even that you have on these primary key messages that go through the entire body of work.
So comments on page 22 of the slide deck.
So I just want to clarify, these messages will be kind of showcased throughout different areas, or are these just like different types of messages that you're asking for feedback on in terms of whether or not if we should be using them?
Chair Van Boston, Vice Chair Simpson, yeah, thank you for the question. So I think the question I'm putting to you is, as we talk about this body of work and as we're talking to different audiences, these are the themes that we are hopeful will be the leave behind and what people will be gleaning from our communication about the work. Does that make sense? And so do these sound right to you whenever we are out in the community or out within the legislature or talking to city officials across the state? When we talk about the strategic action plan, are these the things that you want people to understand as a result that flows out of the work that we're doing?
Got it. Solid.
And see, one thing on this page I would say is, unless I've missed it, is I'm not sure we used the word safety in here. And so like in the first bullet, you know, reliable, safe, somewhere in there put the word safe. That would be a comment. It's not so much on the wording as I'm not trying to fly spec the wording on just the concept of safety seems important.
Chairman Brockman, certainly we can include that in here. I think I'm certainly always mindful of the balance of if you add a bunch of words to it, it starts to read off like a laundry list. That being said, I certainly take the point, and it is very much an important piece of the priority and of all, the modern system. All of these pieces tie into one another, so we can definitely add that in a more intentional, I think, and deliberate way.
Yeah, it may not be the first bullet, but somewhere in these 6. And I understand your point. You can't say everything.
I didn't see any terminology in any of this pertaining to modernization, because I almost feel like modernization can be used not only within the system, but also as it pertains to the agency. Because the agency is modernizing, and so is the system. It's evolving. And so I just didn't know if that was something that you guys, through your exercises, had thought about or you know, whiteboarded or anything like that?
Chairman Brockland, Vice Chair Simpson, I think from my perspective, I think what we did to get to this place was not so much calling out the term modern, but using this as an opportunity to describe what it is we mean when we say modern system. And so all of these bullet points are kind of that space of, to us, modern means a sufficiently funded, it means an equitable system, it means a system that serves everyone, it means a system that connects communities, et cetera, et cetera. And so the exercise was more, how do we describe the terminology as opposed to, you know, asserting the term itself, if that makes sense.
It does. Sorry, I keep muting myself because Michelle gets mad at me when I don't mute myself when I'm not talking.
Other comments on this page? Or if not, we could move to the next page. Let's go to the next page.
Great, let's go to the next slide. So these are the messages that would, again, be how we talk about the work in the equity priority area and the outcomes that flow from the equity priority area and the goals underneath it. So, you know, the first one in particular is a key message that was also included in the broader overarching strategic action plan key messages. But this sort of second piece here about not only are we seeking input, we're ensuring that it influences our decisions and actually leads to better outcomes and changes our decision making along the way. And then this third piece about meeting people where they are. And I guess from my perspective, it's really a reflection of oftentimes, you know, we're sometimes in the OSAP bubble and we are have very prescriptive processes when it comes to things. And being able to be a little bit flexible and be a little bit nimble. That way we're providing the space and opening the space to have that sort of more fulsome conversation. So again, we'll pause there, see if there's any feedback, heartburn, questions, clarification on any of these key messages. Alternatively, or additionally perhaps, if there are anything that the commission feels like is left out that should be, I think, more a focus or more intentionally included, please share that as well.
Commissioner Calerie, I like your third bullet. Well, I like all the bullets, but on the third bullet there, I was wondering if maybe after the semicolon where it says the ODOT way is not the only way, maybe we could change that to be a little more positive and say the ODOT way is driven by community input, stakeholder input, something like that.
Chairman Brockman, Commissioner Calerie, absolutely. Thank you very much for that suggestion. Certainly it was not intended to be a negative connotation, though I would say what might also make sense is an articulation that sort of says the ODOT way is not the only way, but there are multiple ways. And I wonder if, again, sort of bringing in that lens of sort of flexibility, and there's a lot of different ways to accomplish a similar outcome, you might be amenable to that.
Sure. That works for me.
Additional thoughts, questions? All right. Michelle, will you move to the next slide, please? So here are the key messages for the second priority area modern transportation system. Chairman Brockland, in here we do call out safety. And here again, we sort of, this is the exercise of defining what we mean when we say what a modern system actually is. So I'll pause here, give a moment to digest and provide any additional comments or thoughts on these.
Well, maybe the fact that it's here means it doesn't need to be on the points on page 22. Maybe this is where it more logically belongs. It's on the system itself. The safety concept.
Chairman Brocklin, that makes complete sense to me. The other thing I would be remiss not noting is, we, as part of our communications efforts around the strategic action plan, we will never put all of these on a list somewhere to indicate that these are the key messages of the plan, yeah. Right? These will always be sort of the themes and how we describe it, how we characterize it, how we talk about it, as we're doing the work of talking about it. So just another piece to keep in mind, that it will not really be the case that these sort of show up at a page somewhere, anything like that, which is why, though the wordsmithing is often important, and I think for here it probably is important, really the more important factor is the content and the kind of tone of what it is that we're trying to say, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
So Calerie again. In that first bullet, would you be amenable to adding the word multimodal between reliable and transportation system?
Chairman Brocklin, Commissioner Calerie,
he's not letting go
absolutely, I would be amenable.
Not letting go of it. Further comments on this page?
I'm just wondering if I should just like kind of text Martin and then say, Martin, just say this, and we'll get it amended.
It happens. Exactly. It happens.
All right, then, moving right along. Michelle, will you go to the next slide, please? This is the final slide here with key messages for the sufficient and reliable funding priority area. We'll pause for a moment, open it for feedback, opinions, thoughts.
My thought when I read this is that I would put the first bullet at the end. I think the lead message here is the second bullet.
Okay.
Yeah, and a little bit on the current first bullet, I think it's worth reminding people, because I think we have a reputation for that, for accountability and responsibility. But I also think some people might think, why are they saying that? I mean, we assume they are. I think it's worth keeping in, but I would put it last. It seems to me to be kind of the last thought, not the first. If you put it first, I realize none of this is in the order that it's like being published somewhere. It's like, going on the back cover of the New Yorker or something, but I do think it's more of a summary statement than, or a secondary statement than a primary.
Certainly. Additional thoughts, questions before I one, start to wrap up, but two, talk a little bit more about the sort of overarching piece of the communications plan.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Smith. This is maybe a little bit too much wordsmithing, but maybe the second level could be more of a declarative statement that we can't preserve and improve the transportation system with current levels of funding.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, Chairman Brocklin, Commissioner Smith, absolutely, we can make that sort of sentence structural change. I would actually tend to agree that that probably is a little bit more declarative and an active statement.
Yeah, I like it better. It's more explanatory as opposed to just conclusory. It puts the need first and then the money second. Okay,
Agreed.
Lindsay.
Okay, great. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the commission for the feedback. I'll get you sort of a revised, again, it was just in that sort of one-page document, but a revised set of key messages. The other thing I want to just talk through really quickly was kind of our overarching communications plan itself. So recall that we've been sort of kind of on two parallel tracks so far, which is the content development and then the communications component of it. And then today we're sort of finally dovetailing those into one conversation. As we move forward into the October commission meeting, into the end part of the calendar year, and then really kind of, launching the 2021-2023 at the beginning of 2021, we'll really start to ramp up the communications around this. So we are looking at kind of a three-phase approach of the communications plan, really intending to sort of establish the baseline of informing people. And when I say people, I mean the public. I mean all of our stakeholders, the legislature, other folks who would have a vested interest in our work, and then sort of getting, pivoting then to that sort of support overall of what it is that we're doing, and then really with and how can people become a part of that process and help us along the way, and really emphasize that degree of collaboration and partnership, and how we continue to advance the work forward. We're continuing to sort of put out the tactical components of that. We're, like I mentioned earlier, we're building out that sort of toolkit of tools that we'll use to communicate out with the public and all of these other folks. And the work is going quite well, I would say, right now. And I think we're really excited, and the team is really excited to start getting out into the community and getting out into the organization with all of these pieces. So next slide, please, Michelle. I think this is one of the final ones. Oh, okay. Next slide after this. Wonderful. So just recapping. So here today we were talking about all of these different pieces of strategic outcome, the templates themselves, the draft key messages. In the October meeting, we will be asking you all to review finally the document and then approve it. And then in the December OTC meeting is when we'll come back. I will come back. We'll have a conversation about that kind of quarterly progress. Again, this is a management tool, and also that scorecard dashboard piece, which is really that communications tool. How do we talk to the public? How does the public know where to get information about all of these things? It's that kind of website-based one that we talked about in August. So we'll come back in December with that kind of final version before we go live. So with that, I might turn it.
I have a quick question, Lindsay. So I know we've talked over the past, I don't know, maybe almost 2 years now, just about working with outside professionals just around a comm strategy and plan. And have you thought about just currently, like in terms of where well, first off, is that still part of our plan? And then second is, what happens if we go through that exercise, if that becomes part of the plan, and then they see these communication strategies that you and everybody else has been working hard to create thus far, and the rest of the commission, and they say, scrap all this. We gotta start over from a different direction. So I guess the second question only matters whether or not if we're going to actually bring somebody in to kind of help guide us around our communications and messaging strategy, since we have so many big complex things going on at once. So I guess I'll just probably start right there.
Chairman Brockman, Vice Chair Simpson, yeah, that's a great question. We have been talking about that for, it certainly seems like more than 2 years, but in any event, so we are working with some external support around different sort of programs and projects right now. I think of the Urban Mobility Office in particular. We are also in the beginning kind of contracting stages of working with some external folks or rather getting external folks on board for this larger sort of strategic communications program that is not specific to strategic action plan, but is sort of more holistic and more and a little bit broader. So to answer your specific question, is it possible? Could one imagine a scenario where we've got external folks coming in and they look at all of this work we're doing and they say, that doesn't seem correct? I can imagine a space where that happens, but I also would hope and expect that it is really building upon the work that we're doing that we've done so far, and that maybe it's a little bit of a pivot as opposed to an outright abandon and restart over. And I think, frankly, a lot of this work has been done. You know, we've been under had a little bit of a truncated timeline, and so we've not had that external support on so far. But I am hopeful that if we got, you know, if and when we get someone on or when we get someone on, that work will sort of become in tandem as opposed to a complete stand down and build from scratch.
Other questions? Comments? I want to thank you all for the great work. This is a very impressive effort, and we really appreciate the work you're doing, continue to do, and we're glad you're excited about rolling it out, as we are. So unless there's some final thought, I think we'll break for lunch and come back at 1. Why don't we say 1:15, since we already did the consent agenda? 1:15, reconvene for our final items. Thank you. Have a good lunch. Okay. Are people getting back in place here? Lindsay, can you hear me?
Mr. Chair, I can hear you. This is Lindsay.
Okay, great. I see Orlando back. Julie, are you back? Orlando's in the room, the virtual room. Julie, are you back? Not quite yet. Sharon? Sharon is back. Okay. Let's see. Martin Calerie. I see Martin. I don't see Julie. Wait a minute.
There she is. Commissioner Brown just popped up on the screen for me.
All right. Back in the room. All right, we're going to get started. Do we have critical mass? Do we have Travis? That's who we need. We need Travis.
Mr. Chair, I am indeed here.
Okay, then we're going to come out of our lunch break and reconvene, and I will turn the proceedings over to Assistant Director Brower.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, once again, I am Travis Brower, the Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. Today, I have along for assistance Karen Rowe, our Delivery and Operations Division Administrator, and Jeff Flowers, who will be available for asking questions. We are a few minutes behind, but I think we can make up time, in part because I just had a really, really big cup of coffee that's going to make me talk really fast. And because I think the redistribution discussion, I think, should go relatively quickly. So for context, we have a really good problem to have when it comes to our federal funds that we receive from redistribution this year. This is the money that every year FHWA sets aside a little bit at the beginning of the year for some needs, and then if any of that money is not used, they redistribute it to all the states, along with any money that other states are not able to use. So this year, we had a record level of redistribution, well above our expectations, well above what we have received in past years. About $25 million more than we expected when we built the scenario we used to come to you last month. So we are here today for what I am jokingly calling our redistribution of redistribution, to have a discussion about how we might be able to put these funds to good use. So as a reminder about redistribution, we bring this item to the Commission every year, and there is a requirement that this money be obligated very quickly. In fact, by the end of the fiscal year, we have to have it obligated to projects or it gets taken back away from us. So really a very short time frame, which is why we always come to you in August or September for this discussion. And over time, we have always prioritized areas where there is an urgent need for funds, there is the ability to obligate the money quickly, and that there is some sort of federal or state mandate that obligating the funds is responsive to, whether that's direction from the governor, whether that's a legislative requirement, whether that's a requirement from the federal government, either through FHWA or through a federal law. We have typically used redistribution to hit those immediate needs that we had not built into the STIP for whatever reason. So that's essentially the framework in which we brought you the August redistribution and the framework in which we will be operating today. So next slide, please. So as a reminder, in August, what the Commission did was approved putting $3.5 million to Metropolitan Planning Organization greenhouse gas emissions scenario planning out of our climate office as part of our efforts to implement the governor's executive order. We also put another round of funding toward the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program, given the direction from both governors to stand up a co-located office with WashDOT and start moving forward on this project. And then we indicated that the remainder of the redistribution funding would go to ADA curb ramps, where we have a federal requirement and a settlement agreement with an interim date that is coming up in the near future. We estimated at the time we needed about $30 million for ADA curb ramps for next year. And if we had received the approximately $20 million in net redistribution funding, that would have meant we would have put about $12.5 million into that. Instead, with the extra increment of redistribution that we received, because in part we were able to show that we could obligate funds very quickly, we got more than our fair share. And as a result, had we gone with the distribution that the commission had approved, we would have been putting more than what we needed for ADA curb ramps for our immediate need there. So after discussing this with the director, we decided that it would be wise for us to look at whether we should adjust the investments at least just a little bit, still using those same sort of criteria of immediate need, ability to obligate funds quickly, and some sort of direction to do the work. Next slide, please. So what we came back with was that first and foremost, we needed to put money into ADA curb ramps in order to meet the federal requirements and the settlement agreement that we have. $30 million to go there, and that would fulfill the amount they need for projects in 2021. We kept the amount of funding needed for NPO climate change scenario planning at $3.5 million because we believe that meets the needs to the next STIP cycle, and then we'll add any additional funds we need in the 24-27 STIP as we're going through that process. We also added $2 million to the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program, given that would bring us to $15 million total, where WashDOT has put in $35 million. This will allow us to get that engineering consultant contract well funded and funded for the next couple of years, and we'll be a lot closer to meeting our 50% share of that process. We also recognize that there is a significant amount of money needed to stand up and implement our tolling program as one of the key strategic priorities, one of the directions coming out of HB 2017. And so we would recommend putting an additional increment of funding on top of the money that was put into the tolling program earlier this year into the tolling program. This would contribute to meeting their unfunded need for the NEPA process, which we're going to be engaging over time, significant cost there. And also we know we have costs for implementing the back office and roadside equipment. So we're going to be coming forward with more needs for tolling in the near future. One other area that was of great interest, particularly to Director Strickler, was looking at, within the strategic action plan, are there things we can do to help with some of our equity priorities? And so we quickly landed on providing funding for disadvantaged business enterprises supportive services. $1 million would significantly increase the funding we are able to provide to these DBE businesses that would help provide them services they need to be able to effectively compete for work. This is an area where we have not invested much in the past. FHWA has given us grants on an annual basis, and this would allow us to significantly scale that up and really begin to make some progress, we hope, on the federal requirements we have to ensure that DBEs can compete effectively, meet our goals with our key performance measure, our federal requirements, and also start achieving the goals of the strategic action plan. It would contribute to that goal you just heard about, or that strategic outcome about more money to Black, Indigenous, and people of color and women-owned businesses. That doesn't match exactly with DBE, but there is some overlap there, so it would contribute there. So those are the proposed investments from this increment of redistribution funding. One thing I would note is that this is not the last opportunity to fund other priorities. We will be back later this year, as we talked about last month. We have a need to update the STIP. There is still significant unmet need for ADA curb ramps over the course of the 21 through 24 STIP. There is significant need for bridge rating and strengthening, giving some federal direction. The commission funded both of those through our earlier STIP distribution earlier in the year, as well as through these proposed investments, but there's a lot more need there. We also know we're going to need to provide additional money to tolling, additional money to the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program over the course of the STIP, and there are other needs as well. So we anticipate bringing the starting point of a conversation back to you in October that would then allow you to provide direction and reallocate money in the STIP in December. Some of that will be contingent upon the federal funding levels. We're still waiting and watching eagerly about what Congress will do around extending the FAST Act. That legislation expires 2 weeks from today, and the latest signal we have is that Congress is likely going to do something along the lines of a 1-year extension at current funding levels. We're also waiting for our updated revenue forecast that will be coming out next month. Both of those will help us determine what funding do we have in the 21-24 STIP. Some of that may be unallocated because we held a little bit back given the prospect of the feds with the FAST Act expiring. So we'll take all those puts and takes and then come back to you and have a discussion about how to allocate that unallocated money and perhaps how to reallocate some of the money that has already been programmed in the STIP given these mandates and priorities that we know we need to meet. So with that, I will stop and stand down. Happy to answer any questions or have Jeff and Karen participate in that discussion as well.
So questions from the commission? Any questions? Are we ready to approve this item? If so, I'd look for a motion.
This is Commissioner Calerie. I move to approve the redistribution investments.
Okay, and the matter outlined by Mr. Brower?
In the manner outlined by Assistant Director Brower.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
I'll second, Commissioner Simpson.
Vice Chairman Simpson seconds. Discussion. All right. If there is none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Calerie. Martin. Martin taken off early. Commissioner Calerie votes aye.
Yes.
Quit sorting out your flip-flops for your beach trip. Vice Chair Simpson.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Unanimously approved. Thank you, Mr. Brower.
Thank you.
Now we move to the next item, which I believe you're a part of. So sit right there and take us into the next matter, which is an informational item on the 24-27 STIP.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Travis Brower again. For the record, Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. Today would probably actually be best described as a discussion item, given that we are hopeful that we get some feedback and direction from the Commission. But I will turn it over to Ms. Bohar. She's actually going to start us off today and then turn it over to the other members of the team who will be taking various parts of this presentation.
Ms. Bohar, welcome. Jerry, are you there?
Sure, I think you're muted.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. I thought I had that whole double mute thing gets us in trouble. So again, Jerry Bohart with the Policy Data Analysis Division, and I'm just going to kick off the 24-27 STIP process, and I'll let everybody else sort of self-introduce as we go through the presentation. So just really want to remind you, I think, Chair, you mentioned this, we're not looking for a decision today. What we're looking for is to see if we're heading in the right direction, if you have any advice, additional information that you might want as we proceed into the October meeting. And then also just a little bit of a reminder, not only did you get the PowerPoint and the cover memo, but there was an attachment that really outlined and provided a summary of all the public information that we have received to date.
and we will continue to add to that as this process continues. So on the next slide, please, Michelle. Just sort of a reminder, as again, we've been walking you through this whole process. Last time when we were talking a little bit around your investment priorities, we heard sort of that universal support for Fix-It, strong support for the Safety and Enhance program, as well as support for our non-highway investments. And that conversation was really very important because it really helped to inform us about how we think about the scenarios that you're going to hear about later in the process. So on the next slide, just very quickly, really, as I mentioned earlier, sort of the outline for our presentation today. You're going to hear about our public involvement today. You're going to hear about what we've done with the investment results based on the information from last month. And then most importantly, sort of get a preview of the scenarios and the analysis tool. And this is where I know in the conversation that you all had earlier around GHG and climate change. So Amanda's going to walk through, I think, how we see that process going, and most importantly, sort of what the tool will look like at the end of that discussion. So moving into the public involvement process. So Michelle, actually, if you go to the next slide and then the slide after that. So one more. So on the next slide, it really just talks about sort of what have been our engagement activities to date. So we have been, after every commission meeting, doing an update about what has been the conversation around the STIP process and sharing that with those who are on the list, as well as our advisory committees. We've also been going out to all of our area commissions on transportation and our modal committees, really providing that background information and getting them hear what some of their concerns are. So we're trying to keep them up to date with the information that we've been sharing with you. So a little bit about the budget, understanding some of the needs, and we will be going again back out with them once we work on the scenarios. We also did a webinar, so sort of recognizing we've been doing the virtual meetings. So sometimes there's a positive to this. It's a little bit easier, I think, for staff to do some of the virtual meetings with our area commissions on transportation. And in fact, we've been having sort of the headquarters staff that have been more involved in this, doing those webinars and supporting our region staff. But we did do the webinar so that folks who were not able to attend the ACT meeting or whatever had an opportunity to see what was going on. I think most importantly, and I'm going to turn it over to Travis, is that we did a survey to really sort of understand what folks' priorities were. I think it's important to note on that survey, even though we got over 800 responses, it was really self-selected. So really good information, but I wouldn't say it's scientific, and it really represents people's opinions. So I think with that, Travis, I'm going to turn it over to you. And Michelle, if you want to go to the next slide.
And of course, I was muted as I started talking. So for context, every 2 years, we do a survey of Oregonians called the Transportation Needs and Issues Survey. One of the key questions we ask is about the priorities for investments of funds. We ask whether about 13 different areas I think are important to Oregonians for us to invest public resources in. And so we have that ongoing data going back years. So what we've done the last 2 STIP cycles is gone out to the public as an engagement opportunity to get them engaged in the STIP and get their input on how we should spend money in this STIP cycle, and ask the same set of questions generally that are in that scientifically valid transportation needs and issues survey. So we did this back in the 21-24 STIP and got great results. We did it again this time. We had even more people participate. As Jerry mentioned, we had over 800 people participate. However, it was a very non-representative sample, as you would imagine, very self-selected. As I looked at the data, I noticed that about half the respondents were from Lane County or Multnomah County, even though those are more like 30% of the state population. And I know that, for example, there was at least one environmental organization that circulated the survey among its members. So you always get a slightly different non-representative sample, but it's still a really good opportunity to see what's on Oregonians' minds. So in a lot of ways, the data we got from this is very consistent with the Transportation Needs and Issues survey that we did 2 years ago. This is actually organized by the most popular ideas in the STIP survey, and then has the comparison to the Transportation Needs and Issues survey. So the data we got was very consistent with TNIS data on support for environmental protection, maintaining roads, safety, and investments in transit, all of which are generally very popular with Oregonians. It differed in a few different ways. So the respondents to the STIP survey were much more supportive of passenger rail and bicycle pedestrian investments, but then much less supportive of expanding roads or reducing congestion. You can see that expanding roads came out in this survey at the bottom of the list, at only about 35% rating important or very important, compared to the TNIS, which had a much higher level of support there. So it's indicative data, that we always like to bring forward and give people the opportunity to provide us that input. Next slide, please. This is importantly, we have been, as Jerry mentioned, going out to advisory committees, and a lot of us have been out there having these conversations. I think I've talked to about 6 or 7 advisory committees and just had some great conversations with them, even though they're virtual. Being able to provide them the background information and then listen to the concerns and comments and questions that we get. So we also asked the advisory committees a series of questions by survey, given that we knew that not everybody would be able to participate, and there are definitely some challenges of participating in a virtual meeting and getting all voices heard around the table. So between the letters we got, between the comments that we got, from the actual meetings and the comments we got in response to the survey, there were a number of key themes. One was, I think we saw really strong levels of support from the advisory committees for safety and fix-it investments. But there was also a really high level of support for non-highway investments that can help advance equity, address climate change, and enhance accessibility and mobility for all. So some of those really key priorities or key goals that are included in that modern transportation system priority and in those strategic outcomes. We also saw, particularly in the Portland metro region and some of our other urban areas, support for enhanced highway investments to help reduce congestion and help Oregon's economy. And then one last theme that was less about substance and more about process was a fairly consistent note from across our advisory committees about their desire to ensure that the advisory committees and local officials could lend their expertise to project selection. That's something our advisory committees have done in the past, have not had much opportunity in more recent years, given that Connect Oregon and our Highway Enhanced program has generally been funded out of the earmarked money that the legislature put forward. So there has not been as much of an opportunity for the advisory committees to weigh in. So I would refer you to, Jerry mentioned the document that's in your packet. I think it came in at over 60 pages that included all of this data, the comments that you received from directly from the advisory committee members at those meetings, and then the letters we've received. We're going to keep updating that so that you have a good record. But we wanted to get this data now and present it to you now to get any feedback, and then importantly as well, to help us as we start building those scenarios and help you think about as you review those scenarios that we're going to talk about in just a minute. Next slide, please. So we've kind of finished up, turned the page on the first chapter of the public engagement book that we're writing, but there's another upcoming chapter. So what we expect is that going forward, we will engage the advisory committees again with discussions on the funding scenarios that we're going to be bringing forward and that you're going to be selecting from. We also expect to likely have an online open house for public comment on the funding scenarios. We did that last time in the 21-24 STIP, and it was quite enlightening as to which of the scenarios people favored and to get their rationale for that. And then we'll also be continuing to encourage stakeholders to weigh in through letters to the OTC. We're also considering doing a webinar that ODOT staff would moderate, where we'd present some of this information to the public and advisory committee members, and then take public comment, because we recognize it's really difficult to do public comment opportunities in these virtual OTC meetings. So I'm going to stop there, and if you have any questions about the feedback we've received or the comments or any direction on public input opportunities going forward, this would be a time for you to weigh in.
Okay, comments? Questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner Smith.
Mr. Chair, thanks. Have we ever done, or when was the last time we did a statistically valid survey about Oregonians' preferences?
Commissioner Smith, that would have been in fall of 2018 when we did the last Transportation Needs and Issues survey. What that means is, because we do it on a biannual basis, we will have the updated Transportation Needs and Issues survey data later this fall. I don't know if we will have it processed in time for the commission to receive that before you take action. I will check on that, though, because I always find that survey very enlightening. There's a lot of really great data about how the public views the transportation system and the priorities, as well as how they view ODOT and the job we're doing.
Thank you.
Travis, this is Jerry. We should have the data. We probably will not have the final document because we always do it in preparation for each legislative session.
So could we go back to the slide which showed the horizontal bar graph on the that one? So is this TNIS survey the last one of the type you were just talking about, Travis? Or is this
Chairman
something
Brockman,
else?
yes, it was. That's the 2018 data that we had in yellow.
So I know we had the STIP survey, but how do you view the 2018? I mean, I realize it's 2 years old, but you still, based on experience with these surveys in the past, say 10 years, do you still view the TNIS 2018 as having relevancy? I know we'll know more once we get this next survey in, but I'm just wondering, how much variation typically occurs. I guess that's the question.
Chairman Brockman, great question. And as a survey research geek, that's one I watch very carefully. And I will tell you, there is general stability across the TNIS data. We could show that over time, particularly the response on maintaining roads and bridges and improving safety universally high. And as well as priorities like protecting fish and wildlife, protecting the environment. Those are just core to the Oregonian ethos and really always rate very highly. Where we have seen the most change in recent years has been in those two areas of reducing traffic congestion and expanding roads. Over time, I think we presented this data to you last year, we've seen that number in recent years bump way up as congestion in the Portland metro region has gotten much worse, and as it's gotten worse in other metro regions as well. So we can provide that time series data as well. I would expect that given that the pandemic has probably taken the edge off congestion in many of our metro areas, we'll likely see that dip down a little bit in the 2020 data. But my sense is that as that is very cyclical with the economy, that when the economy comes roaring back, we'll see it go up again.
But it might be useful when we get final results for the 2020 that we stack them on this slide so we can see essentially recent polling. But the Navy one, the STIP survey, as you said, is not scientifically accurate, right?
No.
How would you characterize it?
No.
It's not. It's not. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think not is a good word. It is a self-selected survey response, which was highly oversampled in a couple areas of the state, and likely due to whoever forwarded it around. We sent it to something like 5,000 people, and a portion of them responded, and then it was circulated in other areas. So it's more indicative data and interesting, but certainly for scientific validity, you'd look more to the TNIS data.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Pardon me, other questions?
Travis,
Okay.
are these like, is this like how we essentially kind of utilize our regional acts and whatnot to kind of help, you know, be a handler of this information or conveying these messages and getting this intel from folks on the ground in those particular areas and regions?
Commissioner Simpson, it is a really important function of those bodies. You know, both the ACT and the modal advisory committees, they've always played a role in, you know, project selection and policy development, but we have increasingly utilized them in this arena to gather this feedback. I think this is probably the most systematic we have been in directly engaging them in the STIP funding allocation process, but certainly in the last STIP process, we did something very similar where we went in front of them and asked them to weigh in. This time, I think we were just a little bit more systematic in gathering that and presenting it to you.
Great. And then just, I don't know if I missed it or not, but was there not data collected on seismic back in 2018?
Thank you, Commissioner. That is actually a mistake that I made. We are asking that question about seismic improvements in the upcoming Transportation Needs and Issues Survey. We did not ask it in the 2018, but we're realizing that it is a high importance priority for ODOT, and other survey data we've found or seen shows that it's a high priority for the public. So I asked that question to be added. Unfortunately, we used the upcoming TNIS questions for the STIP, so which actually will be fortunate. Once we get the 2020 data, we'll have more directly comparable data.
Thanks.
One other thing on polling, I know Lando and I were on the board of a business organization. I think, Lando, you're still on it. I have rotated off, but that had a private polling firm that had a lot of information on attitudes toward transportation issues. And I'm wondering, maybe this is a sidebar with Orlando, whether we could get that data too. Be useful to see it. Because it may be asking different questions. Let's talk
I think it
that.
would, but yeah, that's definitely going to be heavily Portland centric.
Yeah.
So
but it's still maybe useful.
I would assume, yeah, I'm sure it would. I would assume the outcomes in terms of priority for the second to last item at the bottom would be substantially different.
Way up. So, okay, thank you. Okay, Travis, I think we're ready to move on.
Great. Perfect. Michelle, if you could move it to the blue slide that says measuring outcomes, please. All right, so you'll recall at the end of the last commission meeting, when we talked about the STIP, there was a request, I think it was from Commissioner Simpson, to talk about how we measure outcomes in the STIP. We were over time at that point, and so I didn't have a chance to get any more feedback about what we meant by that and what sort of data information we wanted to provide. So what I'm going to do today is talk about one way we measure outcomes, which is using our key performance measures. And then more than anything, get a sense from you of what data you want or need. If there's a different way in order to scratch that itch to better understand investment outcomes, just more than anything, opening up that discussion. So Michelle, if you can go to the next slide. Within our key performance measures, we have 9 KPMs that are fairly strongly tied to our STIP investment. And so what I'm going to do today is walk you through briefly what the KPMs are, what the investments are we're making in the 1821 STIP, which is the STIP we're currently in, but it's not yet complete and we don't have the data yet on all those outcomes. But it felt better than using a STIP that was already 3 years stale. And then I'm going to talk about whether we're meeting our targets and making progress. And this is something like what we did in the investment strategy to some degree to show you where the needs were across the system. So it's important to note, though, that oftentimes factors outside of ODOT's control, or at least outside of our investments, intervene between our investments and the outcomes you see here. So I would think of transit as one of those where we have a KPM related to transit rides, and yet transit is largely funded at the local and regional level. So we control only a small portion of the funding. And more importantly, transit is highly tied to the economy and, as it turns out, to global pandemic. So we are putting record levels of investment into transit across the state, and yet we're going to see our transit ridership levels plummet this year, both because of the economy and because of COVID. The other area is safety, as I'll show you in just a moment. We're making record levels of investment in safety, and yet we're going the wrong way and going very quickly in the wrong way, largely because about factors that are a little bit less tied to our investments around driver behavior and the lack of law enforcement on our roads. So next slide, please, Michelle. So in the safety arena, as I mentioned, we have 3 traffic or safety-related KPMs. In the fatalities and serious injuries, we are now making record levels of investments in the All Roads Transportation Safety Program, which is actually supplemented by some HB 2017 investments that will show in the next step. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, we are not meeting our target on safety. Admittedly, we set a very high bar for safety, always trying to get a stretch goal so that we're not settling for okay performance when it comes to people's lives. But when you compare us back to a year ago, we've seen in this data, which I believe was the latest we have for safety was 2018, a significant deterioration in our safety record. And then if you compare it to the 5-year average beforehand, which is that right column, again, a significant deterioration from that level. On the other hand, on rail highway grade crossings, we're meeting our target. We really haven't budged in the last year, but we're actually doing better than we were 5 years ago. Next slide, please. In our mobility targets, we have, or KPMs, we have 3 different targets or 3 different KPMs as in all of these areas. On congested highways, we're actually meeting our target that was set by the legislature, which all these KPMs, I should note, the targets are actually set by the legislature, though there's a suggestion from ODOT on what the KPM may look like. But I would say that was a fairly lenient target and perhaps doesn't reflect that being green does not necessarily reflect a good outcome on the system, as we're all aware. But as you can see, in the last several years, we're trending in the wrong direction. Transit rides is another area, although this is mainly funded outside of the STIP at the local level or through the Special Transportation Fund and the Statewide Transportation Investment Fund. We're also not meeting our target. In the last year, it had been essentially a wash, but then again, a reduction over the last 5 years, largely due to what seems like an economic effect. In bike lanes and sidewalks, again, we're not meeting our target, but we actually have made some substantial progress in recent years. Next slide, please. In preservation, this is another area where there's obviously a lot of investment. The bridge and pavement programs are 2 of our largest in the STIP. In fact, probably the 2 largest programs across the STIP. In those, as you can see, we have been meeting our target, although generally we're treading water in terms of our progress in recent years, given the aging nature of our bridges and our pavement. And I wanted to call out this public transit vehicle condition as a good example of how we use key performance measures in order to help guide investment decisions. As you can see, we're not meeting our target, but you can also see that in the last 5 years, we've actually made significant progress there. Next slide, please. That's because back when we were developing the 18 to 21 STIP, we saw that we were going to have some challenges in transit vehicle condition. We saw an inevitable growth in the number of vehicles that were past their useful life, and that by 2017, we'd be way above the target. So the commission at that point made a decision to make an investment of $15 million in the 1821 STIP. So as you can see, that dropped the condition rating way back down to a much better level, closer to the target, where it's predicted to stay for a little while there. So that would be an example of where the commission directly used that key performance measure data in order to help drive investment decisions. And that's certainly something that the commission can do in this STIP as well. So I'm going to stop there and, we can certainly provide much more granular levels of detail about investment outcomes. For example, we could spend time walking you through what are the outcomes we get from the bridge and pavement programs, if that's what you're looking for. Really, we wanted to see, is this the sort of information you're looking for? And if not, what information can we bring to you that would help you make well-informed decisions about investment outcomes? So I'll pause there for a moment and see if you have any comment or direction.
Comments on the question Travis just asked? I'll just say, Travis, I found the KPM data useful. I like, as I said earlier in the meeting, the idea of seeing progress over time, having some kind of benchmark to work from, and then talking about what the factors are, because in some cases they're factors we can't control, and in others they're factors we have some influence over. So I find that helpful. For example, I remember a discussion we had about KPMs with respect to rail crossings, and that we're tracking rail crossings, but we really don't have a lot of, I think it was rail crossing fatalities, but we really don't have a lot of influence over moving the needle on that. So I do believe there's value in the KPM analysis. Julie, did I see that you wanted to say something?
I did. And I agree with you. I think that one of the things that's been really helpful with the transit discussion is not only was there a commitment by the commission to put additional money, but it's also given us leverage on the federal end to be able to have those conversations for the bus and bus facility, the $5339. And when we've been able to show this progress report to them to get them to also commit to additional dollars. So I think it's very helpful.
Other comments? Okay, Travis, there's some feedback.
Great. We appreciate that. And of course, as you think about additional needs for data or analysis, please let us know. We're happy to bring that back and provide you whatever information helps with your decision making. As spending $2.1 billion or so should be well informed by a variety of data sources. So I am going to turn it over to Jeff Flowers in just a moment to talk about scenarios. For background, next slide, please. For background, last month you obviously provided us some input on where you saw the investment priorities lying. So what we did was went back and using that input and also the input we had been receiving from our advisory committees and public input, developed a number of scenarios that are ones that we will use the analysis tool that Ms. Peets will talk about and bring back to you the results of that next month. So what we wanted to do today is less get you to give us like, could you drop 15 million out of here and add there? More sort of, are we in the ballpark? Are we in the right range for these scenarios? You'll notice that there are a number of programs we hold constant based on the feedback we've gotten, and then we're really varying in some of those key categories like fix it, enhance, non-highway, and safety. So I'll turn it over to Jeff and let him walk you through this scenario slide. Next slide, please, by the way.
Good afternoon, Chair Van Brockman, members of the commission. My name is Jeff Flowers. I'm the Statewide Investment Management Section Manager. Just going to walk you through at a very high level, the 5 scenarios that you see in front of you and give you kind of an idea of what we did as far as putting some numbers together to tweak the colors and such so that you have an idea of where this is going to go. So the adjusted baseline scenario is basically the same scenario that we have, or the same funding we have for the 21-24 minus a couple small changes. Those changes are the increase to our indirect cost allocation plan, which is our overhead rate, adding in a dedicated line item for the climate office and a dedicated line item for our ADA. Fix-It's the one that takes the hit on all of that, but past that, we kept the program sizes the same on that one. Enhance, non-highway safety, and the next three I'm going to talk about, basically what we did was we took roughly a 30% reduction on the fix-it side and started increasing different sections to kind of put some feel and colors to this to kind of give you a ballpark of what we're looking at. On the enhanced side, that increases the whole 30% from fix-it being reduced, and that money goes into the enhanced program. On the non-highway, same thing, 30% out of fix-it and 30% increase basically going into the non-highway line items. For the non-highway and safety, same thing, but we split it up a little bit and kind of did half to non-highway and about half to safety to kind of increase those. And on the fix-it side, basically what we did there was we almost zeroed out all of the non-highway functions because we have a couple line items within a non-highway group that we have to do based on federal regulations and laws with the money that they provide us. But anything else that would have been considered a little bit more flexible, we flushed that back upward and increased the fix-it side just to kind of give you some comparisons as to the ebbs and the flows of what we're giving and taking across the categories that are presented to you. And with that, I will kind of leave it. It's a very high level kind of description of what we did. And as Travis mentioned, we're just kind of, are we in the ballpark? What do we need to adjust? What do we need to tweak? That's the question that we're going to be looking for and having that discussion with you today. Thank you.
So Jeff, are you looking for, are we in the ballpark with respect to the choices, or are we in the ballpark with respect to the divisions? Or so what, give me a little more guidance on what you want.
Ballpark into the divisions amongst the funding allocations. Do we want to see more enhanced? Do you want to see more non-highway? Do you want to see more non-highway / safety, more fix it?
Okay.
It's more of, it's not numerics. It's more of which category would you like to see beefed up the most so that we can start running numbers behind the scenes on that to be able to bring back for your consideration in a little bit.
Okay. So maybe a couple of three preferences, something like that.
Sounds good, Chair.
Okay. Are there comments on these?
I like the flow of the enhance pillar. I don't even know what to call these things, but I would like to also maybe see a little bit of a little bit out of the enhance, the yellow color into the red on non-highway from the enhanced pillar, second option. It just seems like it'd be more of a balanced approach in terms of resources, and obviously we don't have a lot of them, but it just seems like that'd be more of a balanced approach to me personally. Because obviously the priority is, yes, we have to maintain what we have, but obviously we want to ensure that we're still investing resources into some of these other elements that are not so highway dependent, or to modernize the system.
So a little bit more like the adjusted baseline, but with more red and a little less yellow?
Exactly, like balance out those top three between essentially safety, non-highway, and enhance in the enhanced category.
Okay.
I feel like we should just call the ones on the bottom like options 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 or something. But yeah, in the order of things, it would be option 2, which is titled enhance.
Okay. Other thoughts?
This is Commissioner Smith. I have a question or a comment.
Sure. Commissioner Smith?
I guess I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it and giving meaningful feedback. So maybe I'm just not understanding it. Could you help me a little bit of what, I just don't know what to offer. I don't understand it.
Commissioner Smith, this is Travis again. And yeah, we understand this is a little bit different than we've done things in the past and probably haven't been super clear. So our apologies for that. These are the scenarios as a starting place.
I'm sure it's me and not you.
No, I don't think so. I think that it's complicated. I don't think we've done a great job explaining this. So my apologies again for that. So these are a starting place for discussion and analysis, and it might be helpful when Amanda walks through these. I think you'll get a better sense of what we're going to do with that. So it may actually even be useful to move away from discussion at this point and then come back to that, because these are by no means you'll pick one of these in the end. What you'll see is results of the outcomes against the criteria and the goals that you've set that Amanda will be bringing forward in a month. And then that will allow you to weigh those trade-offs. And you might very well say, you know what, I like the outcomes we get from investing in enhanced, but we also need to see more in safety. And you may then give us direction to create some sort of hybrid among the scenarios that adjust those funding levels. So these are really what we might consider bookend scenarios. And in that sense, what we've done is in each of the areas where you told us that was a priority for investment, we've done a scenario that invests more in that area and then less in somewhere else, generally in the fix-it category, to judge what are those trade-offs between those investment levels.
And so this really, Travis, is the bottom three colors are pretty set, right? There's no deviation there. It's really the allocation of the green, yellow, orange, and red categories, and they move around on these. So that it's really how you're balancing those. And I think I'm what you were just saying, which is in order to answer that question, I think I need to know what is the impact of moving the balance among those four colors around. What are we gaining? What are we losing in terms of outcome?
Maybe Chair Van Brockland, to that point, I'd be happy to share a little bit about what you might see next month in terms of results to be able to weigh those trade-offs.
That'd be good.
So Michelle, next slide. So my name again is Amanda Peets. I'm the Director of ODOT's Climate Office. I'm pleased to be here with you this afternoon, and wanted to give a quick shout out to Commissioner Calerie. I know there was a love fest this morning, but also wanted to appreciate the insights that you've given to me personally and to our agency, and you'll be missed. And I also appreciate all the kind words you've always given to staff and the credibility that you've put in staff. So thank you so much for your time on the commission. Okay, so to dive right into it, what we're looking at doing is we have the requirement in Executive Order 2004, that's the Governor's Executive Order on Climate, to add a greenhouse gas reduction lens to our STIP decisions. And so in doing that work, what we're here to do is try to figure out a way to do that every step of the way as you're making STIP decisions for this 24 through 27 funding program and into the future. So the requirement in executive order is to come up with a process by June of next year. We want to make sure we're informing the process right now. And so I'll talk a little bit about how we're going about that. So one way is trying to report on outcomes. So really the only charge that we have to do is look at greenhouse gas emissions, but we recognize that that's not how we make decisions as an agency. We have to balance a lot of different things. Climate change and greenhouse gas emissions is one important piece of that, but it's not the only piece. So what my group is working on is really kind of a trade-off analysis for you of the different scenarios that Mr. Flowers just shared. And we're trying to tie that trade-off analysis back to your strategic action plan and some of the priorities and goals that you have there. Now, the language you'll see in this chart isn't exactly one-to-one what you have as your priorities and goals in that document, but I think generally encapsulates the types of ideas that you have in there. So these are the, 8 categories that we plan to share back with you to show you kind of the trade-off. If you put more money into, let's say, the Fix-It program, state of good repair gets better, but if you take that away from multimodal, that potentially gets worse. So it's trying to show the kind of that trade-off piece. Next slide. So a little bit on how we're doing that is we're trying to look down at the project level. So we're first starting with a baseline or the status quo of looking at how you allocated money between enhanced and safety and on-highway previously. So that baseline scenario that Jeff mentioned earlier. And then looking at what projects were actually funded with that money. And of those projects, what types of attributes were positive or negative
for the various outcome areas that I mentioned earlier. So which things were positive for benefiting equity, which ones maybe not as good for benefiting equity, for safety, and for some of those other areas. So what we've done is try to pull out where do we need to distinguish and understand the difference between what's included in a project and how that contributes positively or negatively to a goal area. Next slide. So in the example you'll see here on this one, let's say that there was a project that added capacity to a bridge, so it added a new travel lane. So what we look at is determine the relationship of that kind of feature, like adding a new travel lane on a bridge, to various outcome areas that we'll inform you about. So adding a lane on a bridge would be great for congestion relief likely, may improve safety, may benefit climate adaptation because it's built to newer standards, may be able to withstand scour or sea level rise and some of those issues, but maybe not as great for greenhouse gas emissions. So it's really trying to understand the trade-offs among goal areas of different types of projects that we fund. Next slide. As we do that, part of what we're looking at doing is crediting the money that we spend on those types of attributes. So at the end of the day, what we can tell you is roughly how much money did you spend towards helping with congestion, towards helping to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, so mitigation there. And then looking at what are the total needs within those areas. So what is the total need across multimodal funding? And I think in Kat Silva and Travis Brower had shared the OTC strategic investment plan, and that included needs of how much money does public transportation need, bicycle pedestrian program need over that time horizon. And then we'll compare what are we spending on those to the needs so that we can have a relative share to be able to show you kind of how are those different amounts of money performing relative to those needs. Next slide. So that's one big piece of the picture that we get to this, what I call a consumer report level. So at the end of the day, what we're trying to roll up for you is a pretty high level showing of the trade-offs for any one scenario and performance kind of how are we doing relatively across the system. As we do this, we recognize too, and we might vary the colors in what you see in October here, because we recognize that we won't have enough money to meet the needs that we currently have. And so we need to tell the story of what does the baseline really mean? So for example, if you have something for like state of good repair and said, hey, we're not doing too bad in meeting the annual need that we need to meet, but realize that that still only gets us to a bridge replacement cycle of every 900 years and a pavement cycle of every 50 years. So I think putting that relative sense of what does that really mean and that narrative description and storytelling is also really important and something that we plan to bring to you. Next slide. And then as we go to the alternative scenarios, so as Commissioner Simpson or Vice Chair Simpson said, maybe numbering those, like scenario 1, showing what the difference is, similar to like what Jeff showed in a stack bar chart to see, okay, here's the difference between what we've historically funded, that baseline, and how this one varies, and then what's the dollar difference between that. And then therefore, what are the outcome differences? So the description would therefore change to saying, okay, well, what more is this getting you? So for example, in this instance, if you're putting more money towards non-highway for multimodal, you can see that the timeline for completion is shortened by 30%. And this is all illustrative just to give you a sense of kind of being able to understand what the impact is of these different investment decisions. And again, that trade-off. So what is that really getting you? Where is it affecting another area more? And what are those consequences? Next slide. And then at the end, we want to make sure we show kind of that in comparison so you can look, and I think to Commissioner Smith's point, be able to say, okay, now I have information to understand the trade-offs a little more. And that means that I don't really like scenario 1 through 3. I want scenario 4, and I want to put more money in, category X or to improve such and such an outcome area because I'm really concerned it's not showing up the right way here. So that's, I think, where it gives you that information to be able to respond to what's that right scenario for that mix of money. Next slide. And then lastly, what we want to show you as well is not just that consumer report, because again, that consumer report is such high level.
And it's almost going back to Mr. Brower's presentation on key performance measures and being able to select something that's indicative of an outcome area like multimodal, a state of good repair, or equity that you care about, and being able to say, what does that mean tangibly? So for example, for the multimodal, we know that with today's funding rate, it's going to take over 150 years to complete the biking and walking system. But if we put more money into it, then maybe we can move that timeline down and reduce those number of years. If we put less money into it, it's going to take longer to complete that system. Same thing with something like bridge replacement and some of those other outcome areas. So I think those indicators are also important pieces we can share. Along with those, there is this idea of deferred costs. And so, for example, if we take a lot of money from the fix-it side of the house and we're putting in other things, we're not able to spend as much money, to use a house analogy, painting the house and taking care of the house. So ultimately, we have to rebuild at some point. Same kind of thing for transportation infrastructure. If we're not doing our base level fixing, longer term, it could have a deferred cost because we're going to have to rebuild a whole new roadway or rebuild a whole new bridge. And we want to capture that for biking and walking, for climate, and for some other things as well. So some kind of indicator potentially around deferred costs. So that gives you, I think, a flavor of what we're trying to bring to you. Of course, there's a lot of work in the background. Again, we're trying to figure out what types of projects benefit or maybe negative to the different outcome areas that you care about. It's not going to be perfect because each project in and of itself will have its own context, and that may vary, but we're trying to get that large sense of kind of those trade-offs there. So we're building the plane as we're flying it. It won't be perfect this time around, but hopefully we're providing you with some more information to understand trade-offs, certainly for the climate side of the house of mitigation and adaptation, but also understanding the other trade-offs as well. So I think, Travis, did you have some more information on next steps? I thought there was a next steps slide as well.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Travis.
There should be a next steps slide. You know, in October, as Amanda discussed, we're going to share those scenarios and the results of those scenarios, get your feedback on refining the scenarios. And then in December, we would expect to come back with that, any further refinements to scenarios, and then have a discussion with you about selecting a scenario with specific funding level. So it may be, again, a modification, maybe a hybrid, it may be, you know, slight change to any of these one scenarios. And then at that time, what we would also expect is that we would have the discussion about not only just the base funding level that we've included, but about any additional federal funds, thank you, Michelle, that may come through over and above the assumed funding level. If you read the public input document, you see a lot of people who expressed some comments about that. So just as we did in the last STIP, we would have that discussion publicly and allow the commission to weigh in on where any additional money should come in over that amount. I will note that it's possible this discussion could bleed over into January. If we're able to get a pretty good sense of funding in December, I think we'll be far enough along in the process that we could extend the time a little bit, given the reality that we want to do this right. So we will stop there and be happy to take any further comments or particularly any direction around what we've just heard.
Okay, thank you very much. So additional questions or comments as we look to this schedule? Okay, I'm not hearing any. So Travis, thank you very much, and your group for presenting. A lot to think about here, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions moving forward to make sure we're divvying up the pie correctly, recognizing the pie's not big enough. So I'm always reminded of the report you provided that on the investment strategy that showed that practically all areas of need are underfunded. So, if not all areas. So we do clearly have funding challenges. Okay, any other comments before we move on to our DMV report, which should be our final item of the day? All right, thank you, Travis and company, and Tom is next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tom.
Thank you. Commissioner Van Brocklen, members of the commission, I am Tom McClellan, DMV administrator, and I've been asked to give an update on 3 things in particular, and I might throw a couple other things in there as well, but I was asked about our implementation of our service transformation program, or STP for short. You'll hear that a few times from me. Our implementation also of the Federal Real ID Act and our compliance with that federal law, and a bill that takes effect in January that's called the Driver Licenses for All bill. That's coming up fairly soon. But I'd like to start initially with some background on our response to COVID and the pandemic. So maybe next slide, please. DMV responded quickly and effectively to the COVID-19 pandemic. On March 23rd, we closed all but 6 of our offices and offered CDL services by appointment only at those 6 locations to help keep goods moving and transportation workers on the road. Headquarters staff handled vehicle title and registration transactions through the mail, and online registration renewal volumes increased substantially. 2 months into the shutdown order, we were asked for a plan to begin restoring in-person services at local DMV offices. This included an appointment-only requirement and new protocols for physical distancing and employee protections. We worked with our vendor to create an appointment scheduling module practically overnight. We decided to have customers call so that our phone agents could help them determine what they needed for their specific transaction. This approach provides the most customized customer service experience, but it was problematic. The morning we opened our phone lines to appointment scheduling on June 1st, we were inundated with nearly 18,000 calls in the first hour. Our phone system crashed, and it was clear we needed a different approach. Over the next 30 hours, our staff worked with vendors to create an online appointments request form and submission process. This involved training our staff on how to schedule an appointment, and instead of having customers call us, we called them to set their appointment. Staff from all areas of DMV and parts of ODOT stepped away from their regular duties to help meet the demand. It was an all-hands-on-deck situation for us. 38 DMV offices opened on June 3rd as planned, and appointment slots began to fill up. We responded to over 100,000 appointment requests over the next 3 weeks, with up to 3 attempts per request. We provided daily status reports to the governor's office and used this approach until our new computer system launched in July. With that rollout came an appointment tool allowing customers to self-schedule, modify, or cancel an appointment online. We showed that we were able to step up to the plate and adjust our approach in unprecedented time. We also found ways for over 130 employees to work effectively from home. Teleworking is not common at DMV, but it is an approach we've embraced in the past few months. For those who cannot work from home, adjustments were made to enable physical distancing. Most noticeable are the changes in our field offices where clear plastic shields, social distancing reminders, chairs removed from lobbies, and face masks are all part of the new experience. Through it all, keeping the public informed about how to access DMV services has been our top priority. In addition to news releases and outreach to the media, we created videos and social media content to get the word out about how to access driver and vehicle services. We also wanted to know what to expect when they arrived at a field office. A how-to video was created by Tom Fuller, showing how easy it is to schedule a DMV appointment from the comfort of your home. the ultimate social distancing. The key to each of these adjustments was having the technology in place to move quickly. Previously, we would have spent months creating an appointment scheduling system with useful reporting capabilities. Thankfully, we were finishing our implementation work for our new driver system and asked our vendor to help us make a tool that continues to work well today. This has been a great example of making business changes very quickly to meet customer needs using modern technology. Next slide, please. July 6th marked a major milestone in DMV's history, replacement of our legacy systems with a new commercial off-the-shelf system. For 18 months before that, DMV employees had used both our new system for vehicle transactions and our old legacy mainframe systems for driver-related transactions. DMV is now on one common platform for both vehicle and driver transactions. From the beginning of the program in July of 2015, we said it was about more than just a system replacement or new technology. It was about making business changes and culture changes at DMV. Due to STP, DMV employees have learned new skills, integrated with other areas of DMV to break down silos, and gain training in new approaches to project management and change leadership. These valuable soft skills will be leveraged as employees take the experience back to their work areas and apply those principles to their everyday work at DMV. This includes employees from every corner of the organization chart. And now that the new system is in place, Oregonians will benefit from the new technology. We now have what you might call a 360-degree view of both driver and vehicle information. It's now in one easy-to-access place, so we can provide the best customer service possible. Our staff are excited to have one unified system after 18 months of having one foot in the new world and having to use legacy systems for the driver transactions. I just mentioned the appointment scheduling. It's an online tool that's now available for customers to schedule an appointment with us. This also gives customers the ability to reschedule or cancel an appointment if needed. And we're also using it to notify people about office closures. It's something we've needed this week. Real ID cards. DMV offices now offer Oregonians a choice between a standard driver license or a Real ID compliant card. And I'll spend a little more time on this in just a minute. And then something we call DMV2U, our online services. Our drivers rollout expanded online services and more will be added in the future. And I'll touch a little bit more on that as well. So next slide, please. When we started STP, we offered just 3 online services to the public. All our other business needed to be handled in an office or through the mail. In today's landscape, digital services are more important than ever. New technology has enabled us to significantly increase the services available online to avoid a DMV visit. I'll highlight a few of those for you, but I encourage you to go online to DMV2U and explore what is possible for yourself. One of the things we now offer is a replacement license or replacement ID card. If a license or ID card or a permit has been lost or stolen, customers can now go online to DMV2U to order a replacement. This uses the address and photo on file at DMV, and customers no longer need to come into a field office just to pay for a replacement. Reinstatement fees. Customers who need to pay a reinstatement for driving privileges, to restore driving privileges, can now do that online. We hope this change will be especially helpful for former Oregonians who have moved out of state and owe money. Medical examiner certificates. Drivers provide a medical examiner certificate for many different reasons, but the most common is the annual certificate required for CDL holders. Now they can upload a digital copy of what they call a MEC, MEC, through DMV2U, reducing the need to wait for an appointment. We've also created a DMV profile. Now you can create a personal DMV profile on our website. On your profile, you can see which vehicles are registered to you and have a quick way to see when each of your vehicles are due for renewal or when you need to come in to renew your driver's license. You can also order a copy of your driving record. We plan to expand the profile offerings in the future. It's a good start, though. Our transformation isn't over. STP is using the remainder of our current funds to begin additional projects to improve the customer experience. We are working on a request for proposals from industry leaders in the self-service kiosk space. This would place kiosks offering DMV products like vehicle registration tags at convenient locations, such as a grocery store, a college campus, or even in our DMV lobby space as people first come in the door. Later this year, we will hold another online open house to engage the public about our ideas. We want to hear from them what services they will use, ask for their input in prioritizing what online services we focus on next, and gain insight on which locations will be most convenient for kiosks. Next slide, please. Although initially started as a 10-year program to transform the way we do business, DMV is ahead of schedule in meeting the objectives identified in our charter and will be ending the program in June of 2023, 2 years ahead of schedule. The successful replacement of both the legacy driver and vehicle systems, launching a host of new online services, improving our business processes, and preparing for future enhancements are all accomplishments of the program. We're proud that STP is in the unique position of ending early because of the success of our team's work. Next slide. So with Real ID, the capability to issue Real ID compliant credentials was a key component of the driver system rollout in July. Now customers have a choice when they come to DMV for an original, renewal, or a replacement driver license or ID card. They can provide some additional information and pay $30 more for a Real ID compliant card. And what they receive is a secure card in the mail that has a black star in the upper right corner, which distinguishes it as a Real ID card. Or they can also obtain a standard license or ID card. And in August, Governor Brown received word from the Department of Homeland Security that Oregon had officially complied with the Federal Real ID Act. Due to the pandemic, DHS extended the enforcement start date nationally for Real ID to October of 2021. This takes a tremendous amount of pressure off of DMV to get Real IDs into the hands of Oregonians who need them. In the first 2 months, about 35% of applicants are ordering a Real ID card versus the standard card. And although the work of implementing Real ID in Oregon is considered complete, we will continue our efforts to inform the public. This education campaign will spread the word about Real ID and what people need to travel domestically or to enter a secure federal building in the future. There's been some confusion about the process to get a Real ID, so we are refining our appointment scheduling process and the public-facing materials to resolve those points of confusion. Next slide. The legislature passed House Bill 2015 in 2019, been labeled the Driver Licenses for All bill. The bill removes the requirement that people submit proof of legal presence in the United States when they apply for a standard Oregon driver's license or ID card. As noted earlier, the standard driver license ID card is not Real ID compliant. Other requirements such as proof of name, identity, date of birth, and Oregon residency stay the same, although it does require 2 proofs of address, and applicants pay a little bit more. This goes into effect on January 1st of 2021. The first day of issuances will be January 4th of 2021. Implementation is underway, but we do anticipate some communication challenges. Limitations on holding public meetings and in-person conversations during COVID-19 will impact our ability to reach the target audience. However, we've engaged the services of an experienced consultant to help plan and execute a robust outreach program, and a community advisory committee has been formed to work with the vendor. Another area of concern is the capacity of our field offices to handle a surge of an estimated 100,000 additional customers who need to take and pass knowledge tests, take and pass driver skills tests, and apply for driving privileges. The 10-week closure earlier this year for the pandemic created an enormous pent-up demand for DMV services. And the 4-day closure this past week for wildfire evacuations and hazardous air quality are straining the resources even further. We're 3 months out with scheduling appointments, even before House Bill 2015 takes effect in January. We continue to add appointment time slots and increase capacity to serve customers without violating physical distancing limitations. Another strategy for House Bill 2015 is working to ensure applicants know what documents to bring and how to prepare for tests. We're also hiring additional employees to answer phone calls and exploring ways to streamline the call center experience with some advanced technology. We look forward to working with the advisory committee on ways to help people obtain driving privileges through implementation of the new state law. Next slide, please. In closing, I want to emphasize the successful configuration and installation of new computer systems and online services with the Service Transformation Program. We also achieved compliance with the Federal Real ID Act, and thousands of Oregonians have obtained these Black Star cards today. We've also weathered a 10-week field office closure during a pandemic and skillfully restored in-person services at 58 locations. We've also begun the implementation of the driver licenses for all bill and survived a 4-day closure due to evacuation orders and hazardous air quality conditions. We're not out of the woods yet, and we face many difficult decisions in the coming weeks and months and dealing with that pent-up demand that I mentioned. We'll soon complete the stabilization period of the driver system rollout and transition from a project-focused organization into a structure more functionally aligned that utilizes change leadership and project management skills that served us so well as we replaced ancient legacy mainframe systems. I owe these great successes to the dedication and commitment of DMV employees who partnered with IT professionals and skilled consultants to achieve so much. The DMV service delivery model is forever changed by the events of 2020, and this transformation poses both challenges and opportunities for DMV to exceed expectations one customer at a time. And at this point, I would take some questions.
Thank you, Tom. Great report. So are there questions from the commission? Tom, I guess I have one, which is around, and I was familiar with the kind of tsunami of requests you got, 30,000. I remember that happening and just how overwhelming it was. So congratulations to you and your leadership and the entire DMV organization in responding the way you did and the way you described, and really innovating essentially on the run, on the go. I'm curious about your impressions about whether there are other kinds of innovation at the agency around technology or otherwise, which you guys have talked about and are exploring.
Yeah, we have a lot of aspirations around online services, actually. One I'd like to see eventually would be a renewal of a driver license or ID card, maybe every 8 years, where you don't have to go into the office to apply for that and take another picture. That would make a big difference in the amount of people we have to see over the course of that 8-year period. That would have a big impact, actually. We would like to eventually be able to do knowledge tests remotely. I mentioned that profile, that DMV profile, setting it up for yourself, identifying who you are. To be able to set one of those up to kind of prove your identity and then complete the knowledge test for DMV and not have to go into an office and sit down at a touchscreen device and hope you pass. We think that would make a big difference as well, because many of the things we need to do is just have fewer people come to our offices. Yeah. The more that can be done remotely from the comfort of your home or a tablet or a phone is definitely the future for us. But recognizing not everybody has that technology, you stay open, you need the in-person services for those who don't. But so many people today do have that capability, and we need to expand more in that area. The last thing I would mention has to do with our call centers. We are working right now with a vendor to come up with a contract that would allow us to use artificial intelligence, like a chatbot basically on the front end when people first call, and see how many of those questions people have can actually be answered with the technology and never have to speak to a phone agent, but still being able to talk to a phone agent if you want to. If you don't want to talk to the machine, if you're frustrated and you want to just talk with somebody, you'll be able to get out of that queue pretty quickly. But we know that in the private sector and increasingly in the public sector, businesses are using that technology to really offload some of that workload that comes in and provide better service over the phones with shorter wait times.
Yeah. It's both higher public or higher customer service and efficiency of the agency and personnel.
Yes.
So they can turn their attention to other priorities. So
absolutely.
Thank you for your responses. Are there other questions for Tom?
I'd also mention the self-service kiosks, which several states are using these days. We think that holds a lot of promise as well for good service for people.
Do we have kiosks yet in any of the offices? Not yet.
No, it's not.
Okay. Any plans for like a trial or pilot program?
Well, it's been used successfully in many other states. California and Nevada come to mind real quickly. They've been doing it for several years. So we know it will work. We know there are vendors out there that have that capability. Right now, it's for us to get the request for proposals and select a vendor and a contract in place. We are working on that actually right now.
Okay. Okay, well, great. Unless there are other questions, I thank you again for your presentation. Appreciate your bringing it forward. And again, congratulations on all of the ways in which you've responded to a rapidly changing and difficult environment. And I'll just say an incredibly challenging and demanding year that just doesn't seem to stop. I think the general impression of the world right now is that 2020 will there'll be a lot of glasses raised and champagne drunk when we get to January 1, 2021. So thank you for your report, Tom, and for your good work and that of your agency. And please pass that along from us to all the good people at DMV. Okay, thank you. Any other business before the commission today?
I just have a quick question, Commissioner Smith.
Yeah. Commissioner Smith, please.
Thanks. Sorry, I've been talking a lot today for, I don't know why, but I have been. I apologize for hogging the conversation.
I
read through the public comments, and there are some questions and people raising the possibility of trying to integrate some live testimony in our public comment section rather than just reviewing written materials. And I'd like us to think about if there's a way for us to make that happen.
Yeah, I've had discussions with the director on that, and I think there will be. So I had hoped maybe we could even do that in this meeting, but I think it's coming. So good point to raise, and we're certainly focused on getting there soon. October, hopefully. So I want to make sure the questions I'm getting from the director are around how we want it done and to make sure we do it in a way that is effective and that we can sustain. That once we set it up, that it's something we can, that we got the right system in place. So I'm waiting for the director to get back to me on specifics, but I agree with you that we want to get there. So other comments before we finish up? I don't know how, but miraculously we're going to adjourn early. I felt all day like we were going to adjourn late because we got a little bit of a late, the first part of the meeting was a little bit long, but we're in good shape now, unless there's anything else for the good of the order.
I think Martin wants to talk.
Martin, do you have some things you want to say?
Yes, I want to thank all of you for what I consider an exceptional experience for me to serve on the OTC. And that includes the commissioners, the ODOT staff, just a great group of people. working hard for Oregonians, and I will try and stay in touch. I'll watch your meetings once in a while and critique them, but I won't be bad. So thanks again for everything.
Thank you, Martin. Again, a real pleasure. We will be following up with some commemorative items and gifts. But just on behalf of everyone, thank you so much for your service, for your friendship, for your professionalism, and for your commitment to Oregon.
Thank you.
And you know, our loss is New Mexico's gain. So, so it means you've got to come back at some point, you know.
Oh, I'll be back. Don't worry.
All right. Okay. If there's nothing else and you have no further comments, again, a pleasure, and we'll look forward to hearing from you, and we'll look forward to reaching out to you. So with that, we will adjourn for the day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Martin.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Goodbye.